We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. We have 6 members today. The members of the ABC Board who are joining us today are Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rima Wahabzada, Ms. Jenny Hansen, and Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members, and this constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. We do have 2 protest hearings this afternoon. The first case is at 1:30 and another case is scheduled for 3:30. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party to enable their cameras and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the case will be disabled. Mr. Grandis, please mute your microphone. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. Our first order of business today is the first protest hearing of case number 20 PRO 00034 JS Mart Liquor, license number 116822. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure, stand by.
Thank you.
Ms. Dantzler, your rights have been elevated. Ms. Voorhees, your rights has been elevated. Mr. Lee, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Tesfaye, your rights have been elevated. Ms. Evelyn, I'm not sure how to pronounce your last name. Please excuse me. Your rights have been elevated. And that's all, Mr. Chair.
All right, if everyone whose rights have been elevated, please, you can open your camera if you have a camera, please. Ms. Wynn, do you have a camera?
Now, Don, give me a second.
Mr. Tesfaye, do you have a camera?
Yes.
I'll ask you to please mute your microphones. You can turn your camera on, but please mute your microphones, please.
Okay.
Mr. Tesfaye, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, do you have a camera, sir?
Yes, I just set it up.
All right. I mean, for me, it's very important since we're having a protest here and that I want to see I need to swear witnesses in, and so it's important that I need to see the folks when they're going to testify. So that's one of the reasons why I'm asking if you have a camera, please open your camera so I can see. If you don't, then we'll move on. But if you do, I'm just asking that you work towards having that done.
Who is not? Nati.
He's coming.
So Ms. Wynn, since I can't see you, so I assume you don't have a camera.
Like, I did not set up my camera.
All right, that's fine. All right.
Thank you for your consideration.
I just tried myself too. There is some error with the camera. I don't know what happened. He was on, and then he just go off. But I'm trying.
All right. All right. Well, you can continue trying, sir. All right. Please, both of Miss Wynn and Mr. Tespe, please mute your microphone while you're. Yes, I can see you, sir. Please mute your microphone. Please mute your microphone, please.
Okay.
And Miss Wynn, please, while you work on your camera, Miss Wynn, please mute your microphone. All right. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We have a protest hearing on this establishment. This is a protest hearing, is my understanding, for a new Class A retail. This matter has been protested by, it's my understanding, by a group of 5 or more. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask each party to introduce themselves for the record, and I'm going to start with the licensee. And Mr. Lee, you can start, and then you can have your client introduce himself for the record.
Good afternoon, board members again. My name is KYUNGHWA, last name Lee, and I'm representing JS Mart Liquor, JS LLC. My client, the applicant, is Samuel Tesfaye, SAMUEL, last name TESFAYE. He's on the phone, and he will testify as a witness later.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Tesfaye, can you just identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Samuel Tesfaye. Samuel SAMUELTESFAYE.
All right, so then we'll go to the protestant.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Megan Vorith, MEGAN, V as in Victory, OOR 8IF. And I will be representing the group of 5 or more community members protesting against the liquor license.
Is there anyone else on the phone with you, ma'am? Miss pronounce your name for me one more time, please.
Sure. Vorith.
Vorith?
Vorith.
Vorith. Miss Vorith.
Yes.
Is there anyone else on the line who's going to testify today?
I will be representing the group and community members for today.
No, I was just saying, is there anyone else on the line who's going to testify? So you're the only
No one else
person
on the line.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll also have, we have, who is Miss Wynn Hoare? Can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Evelyn Nguyen, NGUY. For 932-930H, Rhode Island, Washington, DC. And I assure you, It's a good,
Hold on. Miss Wynn, hold on.
yes.
Miss Wynn, put your phone in, mute your phone, please. Your connection is poor. Mr. Lee, is Miss Wynn, is she a witness for you?
Yes. Wait. Only present on that note.
Okay, so all right, so Miss Wynn, can you please spell and state your first and last name for the record, please?
Okay, Evelyn spelled as E-V-E. Last name N-G-U-Y-E-N.
Thank you. And also, Ms. Wynn, I know another Wynn, so that's one of the reasons why I'm proud that I know how to pronounce your name. Although I'm looking at your name and it doesn't look the way it's been pronounced, but because I'm familiar with the last name, not you, I'm not familiar with you, but I'm familiar with the last name, so therefore I'm so excited that I'm able to pronounce the last name. So thank you. All right.
Thank you so much.
All right. Okay, so this is a protest hearing. So this is the way the protest. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Gansler, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Felicia Gansler, and I am the lead investigator on this protest matter.
Thank you. All right, so the way the protest hearing is gonna go today is that I will ask for preliminary statements if there are any. Then the applicant will make an opening statement. After the applicant make an opening statement, then the protestant will have an opportunity to make an opening statement, and I'll give the applicant and the protestant 5 minutes to make an opening statement. Then once the applicant and the protestant have given an opening statement, then the board will call its witnesses. And so the board's witness, which is Ms. Gansler, she will testify. The board and the board members will ask questions if they so desire of Ms. Gansler. Could I have everyone please mute your phone, please? And if you're not speaking, I'm asking that everybody mute their telephone. All right, so the board will call its witness. Once the board's witness has testified, members of the board will have an opportunity to question the board's witness on her testimony. Once all board members have had an opportunity to ask questions of the witness if they so desire, then the applicant will have an opportunity to ask questions of the board's witness. Once the applicant has had an opportunity to ask questions of the board's witness, then the protestant will have an opportunity to ask questions of the board's witnesses. The board members can have follow-up questions if they so desire. However, I doubt unless there's a pressing issue that I'm going to allow the applicant or the protestant to have follow-up questions of the board's witness. All right, so once the board and its members have asked questions of the board's witness, then the applicant will testify. Each side will have 60 minutes to present your case. And I get Ms. Voris, she doesn't have the witnesses up here, so that's fine. But I believe that Mr. Lee probably has two witnesses, but I was gonna say that each side is able to call 5 witnesses, no more. And I guess in this particular case, it's not an issue because I guess each side has less than 5 witnesses. But your 1 hour will commence once you start to present your case. And please be reminded that the time that you spend in cross-examining the other person's witness will also take away from your 1 hour. So just want you to know that you have 1 hour, and I will have a timer, and what witnesses are being called, I I'm not going to allow repetitive or redundant questions or answers. So if the witnesses are going to state the same issue, then I'm going to say we've heard it before. So again, you have 1 hour to do that. So once the applicant has presented its case and once the applicant's witness has testified, the protestant will have an opportunity to cross-examine the applicant's witness. And once the protestant has had an opportunity to cross-examine once the protestant has had an opportunity to cross-examine the protestant's witness, then the board members would have an opportunity to cross-examine that witness. Once the applicant has presented his case, then the protestant will have 1 hour to present its case. And once the protestant has presented its case, then the applicant will have an opportunity to cross-examine the protestant. And once the applicant has cross-examined the protestant, then the board will have an opportunity to ask questions of the protestant's witness. Once the protestant has concluded their case, I will ask, are there rebuttal witnesses that needs to be called? If there are no rebuttal witnesses, the board could also call a rebuttal witness if we so desire. Then I will give the applicant 5 minutes to close its case. The protestant will have 5 minutes to close its case. Then I will make some arguments, I'll make some closing statements, and then we're done. So I'm hoping I can now see you, Ms. Wynn. So just want to let you know that. Ms. Wynn, I just want to let you know that I can see you. Just let you know that. Okay, just as an FYI, I'm letting you know, you have not been on camera all this period of time, and all of a sudden you pop up, and I just want you to know if you don't do something that is unexpected because you did not know that we were watching you. Just want to let you know that, okay? All right, so we will now start with the board will now start with its first witness. So the board will call Miss Felicia Dantzler. Ms. Dantzler, can you please raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
All right, thank you. Ms. Dantzler, can you state your name for the record, please?
Felicia Dantzler.
Spell your name, please, Ms. Dantzler.
First name F like Frank, E-L-I-C-I-A. Last name D like David, A-N-T like time, Z like zebra, L-E-R.
All right. All right. All right. Ms. Dantzler, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
And how long have you been employed by the agency?
It will be 14 years effective February 21st, 2021.
February 21st is a very special day for me. So it's a special day for me. So I now see that it's also a special day for you also. All right.
Yes.
Have you testified in protest hearings before?
Yes, sir.
And approximately how many protest hearings have you testified in? If you know.
Approximately 20.
All right. And what's your duties and responsibility at the agency?
I enforce the alcohol regulations and conduct regulatory inspections for APRA.
Are you familiar with this establishment?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become familiar with this establishment?
I was assigned to do the protest investigation.
Did there come a time that you wrote a report?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to share your screen?
Yes, sir.
Miss Andrews, can you please give Miss Dancer the ability to share her screen, please?
Sure, stand by. Ms. Dantzler, you now have the rights to share your screen.
And so, Ms. Dancer, did you write a report on your findings?
Yes, sir, I did.
And so what I would like you to do is to share with us what information, if any, were you able to find out as a result of your investigation of this matter?
Yes. Can you see that on the screen? My report?
No. We can now see that, Miss Dantzler. So, all right, fine,
Right.
yes. All right, so tell us, tell me what information, if any, were you able to gather? Did you have an opportunity to speak to individuals regarding this protest?
Yes, sir, I did.
And who did you speak to?
I spoke with Mr. Lee, and I also spoke with the owner, Mr. Samuel.
All right, so tell me what information were you able to, did you also speak to the protesting?
I spoke with, yes, Ms. Voorhees, yes.
All right, so tell us what information were you able to gather from the protestants? Well, the way your report is written, I guess you start off with the protestants. So tell me what information, if any, were you able to gather from your discussions with the protestants?
Yes. So I'm not going to read my report verbatim. Mr. Anderson has already placed into record the name of the location and the licensee's LLC name. And as he stated, this is a new A license under ABRA license number 116822. And so in reading the documents that Ms. Voorhees presented to ABRA, the protest issues are the overabundance of existing liquor stores in the area, the close proximity to critical at-risk populations, as well as the signal of more liquor runs counter to inclusive community growth and job creations. So those three were the main concerns of the protestants. And so as you will see in my report, it talks about the characteristics of the neighborhood. And so what I also did was I reached out to our mediator, Laverne Fletcher, and asked of her to provide me with those ABC establishments that are within 400 feet of JS Market. And if you look at the report, you will see that there are no schools within 400 feet of JS Market, but what we do have, what was listed was Calvary Christian Academy Daycare Center, located at 806 Rhode Island Avenue Northwest. So with that particular that school, or should I say that, that daycare center, that I found that center is no longer operating. And so the DC's geographic information system also stated that within 1,200 feet, there are 9 board-approved ABC licenses in close proximity of JR Market. And as you can see, those ABC establishments are listed there, starting with Please to Bring Chips. And if you follow down to number 9, you'll see the name of the establishments, its locations, and it also gives some additional information.
Ms. Densler, you can move your page, so you can share. If you're talking about the page, you can show us on the screen what you're talking about. So by moving the cursor to go on the page you're at.
Okay. Okay. So these here are the establishments that I was just speaking of. And so we're going to continue to go on. As you can see, parking was not a part of the protestants' concerns. You'll see the bus stops that are in the area, as well as the Metro bus stop that is in close walking distance of JS Market. You have the proposed business hours of operation, as well as the alcohol sales. And so what you'll also see is that JS Mart Liquor is a one-story establishment. To the left of the establishment and to the right of the establishment, there are unoccupied buildings. And so when I visited the establishment, I believe it was January the 14th, I met with Mr. Samuel and had a very nice conversation with him. I found the establishment to be clean, it was orderly, and I didn't really see any major concerns there. The rear of the establishment is not abutting to the apartments in the rear. There is some grass that's between both buildings. It doesn't allow for parking back there. And each time that I visited the establishment, as you can see, it was approximately 5 times at different hours. There was no noise emanating from the establishment. There was no loitering. I saw no debris, anything. I saw nothing that I could contribute to the establishment. Just to go back to as it relates to the saturation, and that's not the exact word that the protestants used, but the concern was that there was an abundance of A stores in the community. And if you go and look back at page 4, you would see that there are only 2 additional A stores that is in the area that's located within 1,200 feet of JS Mart Liquors. And as you can see, it's Exotic Wines and Liquors, and it's also Rodman's Discount Spirits. So as we go on, you'll see on page 6 my findings as it relates to the concerns of the community, in particular as they speak to the vulnerable population. And so I did speak with a representative from the Superior Court Services, which is located, the Superior Court and Offenders Supervision Agency is located approximately 2, maybe 3 doors down from JS Mart. And the individual I spoke to did not want to be identified, but he was able to share with me that their facility caters to at-risk youth under the age of 18 who are court supervised and who pretty much they are picked up and dropped off at the site. And once they're on the premises, they are not allowed to leave. And so I was asking of him the concerns of the protestants about these individuals having access to JS Mart Liquor. And he advised me that the environment is very controlled, that once the juveniles are in their facility, they are not to leave. And so they're well monitored, and the facility does provide food for them. So they see no need for the juveniles, how they will be able to even get into JS Mart Liquors. I also visited the Virginia Williams Family Resource Center, And I wanted to speak to someone as it relates to their services to the community and abroad. And unfortunately, the site was closed, and I was not able to speak to anyone. And then I did go on their website to gain additional information. And as you can see, that information is written there. And it talks about the services that the resource centers provide. So I continued my walk in the 900 block, and I came across, where is it? I came across, there's another Superior Court Service building that's pretty much at the end of the block. That's really 1 block away from the Calvary Christian Daycare Center. And I spoke with a member there. And he stated that their facility deals with the other specter of the courts, where they deal with the adults. And those adults are also under court supervision. Many of them are felonious offenders, and that they come there for parole issues, not just issues, but parole requirements. And I asked of him, was there concern for those individuals being patrons at JS Mart? And he did share that these individuals are tested on a regular basis, and they are to be tested in the hopes that they're tested negative for substance abuse as well as alcohol usage. And so he stated that these individuals are free to come and go as they please, and they have really no control if they were to go visit JS Mart Liquors. And so, as I stated, the Calvary Christian Academy is closed. And as you go on, you can see that I did a record search for that particular address, and there were 16 calls for service for the location, but none of the calls require any AMBER attention. And just to go back to the operations of the establishment, you know, and speaking with Mr. Samuel did advise me that the establishment will have regular trash pickup at least, I think he said twice a week, and that the location of the trash receptacles will be located not far from the building. There's an understanding, if you look at, let me show you the exhibit. If you go to, let's go into the exhibit. This exhibit here, exhibit, I can't see it. Oh, okay, exhibit number 10. This is where the trash receptacles will be located. And at the current time, Mr. Samuel did not have an exact trash company that he will be using, but he will be having it professionally collected. I did speak with Mr. Lee as it relates to Mr. Samuel and him, you know, actually being an operator of the establishment. And he stated that Mr. Samuel will be an asset to the community. Not only will he provide alcoholic beverages, but he will also provide non-alcoholic beverages, as well as made-to-order sandwiches and some other, food items. But the menu has not been truly fleshed out. When you look at the exhibits, going to exhibit 9, that's the rear of the establishment. You can't really see it, but if you look at that light building on the right, just beyond that is the rear of JS Mart. This is, as you look at exhibit number 7, this is the interior of JS Mart. As you can see, the establishment was clean and orderly. There has been a new floor that has been laid down according to Mr. Samuel, new shelving. To the right is the units, the cooler unit. Unfortunately, the lights were not on during my visit. This exhibit here is just some additional photographs. This is, for the record, it is exhibit number 6. And this just shows a close-up of the coolers. Exhibit number 5 is showing the court services. This is the location where the juveniles are actually come from the court-ordered trainings. Exhibit number 4 here, exhibit number 5 is the actual front exterior of JS Mart Liquor. I did ask Mr. Samuel, as you can see, it states Midtown Market, about this signage, and he did state that he would get a banner to match the name of the establishment that is on the application. And just for the record, exhibit number 5A is just a larger picture depicting the exterior of JS Market. And as you can see, to the left and to the right of the establishment shows those 2 buildings that are unoccupied. For the record, for the close-up of the cooler system is actually exhibit number 6 and not exhibit number 5. As you can see with exhibit number 4, that's the actual geographical legend here that lets everyone know the number of ABC establishments that are in the area. And exhibit number 3 is letting us know that there are no schools that are located in the area. But as you can see, Calvary Christian is listed. And so that pretty much sums up my report. At this time, I'm open if anyone would like to, if they have any questions or concerns.
I just want to make, did you go through all the exhibits in your report? Did you identify all the exhibits in your report?
You know what? I did not. Let me,
So let's start at the beginning and have you go through all the exhibits that are, just identify for the record, what are all the exhibits in your report, please?
Okay. So exhibit number 1 is the protestants, and it states their concerns in reference to the protests. And as you can see, the names and signatures of the group of 5 or more. Exhibit number 2 is also protestants with a group of 5 or more, with their names and signatures and their protest concerns. Exhibit number 3 is the geographical information as it relates to the schools and daycare center. Exhibit number 4 tells us the number of ABC establishments that are within 1,200 feet of JS Mart. As you can see, you'll see that there are names on this printout that are not listed as ABC establishments. So if they're outside of the circle, I did not include them in my report. Exhibit number 5 is an exterior photograph of the establishment, JS Mart. Exhibit number 5A is an additional exterior photograph of the establishment. Exhibit number 6 is a close-up of the coolers. Exhibit number 7 is an interior photograph of the establishment. Exhibit number 8 is an area, interior area of the establishment where a wall stops, and beyond that is just a 3-sink compartment that leads to the exit. Exhibit number 9 is the photograph of the rear establishment. If I remember correctly, Ms. Voorhees believed that these units here, these apartment units, are residential units for the juveniles. When speaking with the representatives for the juveniles as well as the adults, they could not comment as to whether they declined to comment, should I say, on whether or not if these apartments are living areas for those individuals who are in the justice system. Exhibit number 10 depicts the area where the trash receptacles will be located for J.S. Mart Liquors. Exhibit number 11 is the printout for the calls for service for that particular address. And that concludes all of the exhibits.
All right. I wanted to go back to exhibit, I believe that exhibit 3. That's the JS that tells you what's within 600. I guess what I'm trying to find out is that how far is, I know you said that you gave me the list of establishments that's within the 1,200 feet, but how close are the other 2 A's? I think the 2 A's that are within 1,200 feet are Exotic Wines and Liquors and Rodman's. Do you know how close these facilities, these A's, are actually to this new establishment?
Well, it's actually exhibit number 4, and for the proximity, I can say that it's just a walk away from J.S. Mart. And so for Exotic, you would have to cross Rhode Island Avenue, and I don't know if anyone is familiar with that area, but you have to cross over Rhode Island over to, I think it's called Rhode Island Row, and there's like a strip of different establishments. And for Rodman's has not opened as of yet, and it would be in the same block as J.S. Mart. And that location, let me see if I'm able to get a view. Let's see. That will also be within walking distance, but if you look at exhibit number 5A, trying to get my bearings together as for directional purposes. But if you're walking, whereas the Superior Court building that's listed right here, if it's on your right side, if you continue walking, Rodman's is approximately like the third establishment from the corner. So it's pretty close. They both will be in the same block.
But you're saying that Rodman's is not open? Is that what you're saying? That's currently not open?
Right. Their license, I actually believe, is in safekeeping, actually.
Okay. So currently so you're saying then that there's just one, so the only other A that's within 12 that's operational is Exotic Wine. So is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Now, what are in the report you talked about the hours, but what are the what hours are they requesting? What are their business hours are they requesting in their license?
They're requesting the full hours that's allowed in our regulations. So starting as early as 7 a.m. until 12 a.m.
So that's basically the hours of operation and also the hours of alcohol sales.
Yes.
All right, let me see. Now, is this establishment open?
No, sir.
So so the picture that you show is basically it's an empty establishment. So there was nothing going on in the establishment.
That's correct.
All right. You can close your screen, Miss Dan.
I can stop sharing. I can stop sharing.
Yeah. I mean, at the moment, I'm not sure if anyone was going to ask any questions, but you can stop sharing your screen at the moment. You can close the screen at the moment. So do you know what was in the, do you know what, if, I saw that you had shown me the name of another establishment that was on the building. Do you know what type of establishment that was?
No, sir, I do not.
And it's correct that you did monitor the establishment, but there were no ABC violations. Is that correct?
Right. I found the area to be had very little pedestrian traffic, and I did ask Mr. Samuel about the I'm sorry, a brief indulgence. Can I get a brief indulgence?
Sure.
Okay. I'm about to lose power, it seems. Hold on. Hello?
Are you back, Ms. Dansler? Yes.
Yes, sorry about that. I had a full battery when we started, full power battery, but it drained fast.
Okay.
Yeah, so Mr. Samuel did tell me that there is a food location that was scheduled to come to the next door to him, well, 2 doors away from him. But as he understands it, he's not sure if that business owner will operate. But I found the area to be very quiet, very little pedestrian traffic, and moderate vehicle traffic.
All right. All right. Do we have any questions by any board members?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
may I ask the inspector a question?
That is your opportunity, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. You may have answered this. There is signage on that building. Do you know how long that building has been vacant? Did you check into that?
Ms. Dantzler. Ms. Dantzler has lost connection, so let me find what's going on. Are you back with us, Ms. Dantzler? Ms. Dantzler? Ms. Dantzler?
Hello?
Ms. Dantzler, are you back?
Yes, I am.
Are you able to solve the technical difficulties that you're having, ma'am?
Yes, as I stated, my battery drained fast. It was a full battery, and please forgive me. And so when I first I did plug in my
Hold on, Mr. Grant, you go ahead.
I did plug in my computer, but all connections weren't tight, so we should be fine now. Thank you for your indulgence.
Mr. Grandis, please ask your question again, please.
Dantzler, do you know how long that particular location, that building, the premises has been vacant?
No, sir.
Do you know if the most recent business in that location had a ABRA license?
No, sir.
ABC license. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions by any of the board members? All right, Mr. Lee, you can ask questions of Ms. Dantzler.
Right. Basically, Dantzler, thanks for coming today to testify, and thanks for your work. I got a quick question about the liquor store because the Protestants focused on the overabundance of existing liquor stores. But your research is there are 2 liquor store A license, and the closed one is Roadman's Discount Spirit, and that is in the safekeeping. Did you go there? What's the status of the building now?
Did I go to which one, Mr. Lee?
It's Roadman's Discount Spirit because the Protestants say that. So
Mr. Lee, I can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Something is wrong with your connection. Your camera is gone and you're breaking up. I can now
Yeah.
see you, but so repeat your question, please.
Yeah. Investigator Densler, and then about the Roadman's discount split. Have you been there? And then to look at the status of the building now? Because the ABC is in safekeeping. You go there?
I did not go in there. I went past that location to get to the Adult Juvenile Service Center. And that location is closer to the Adult Juvenile Center, about two doors away.
Okay. And then I attached my PIP and document, and I took a picture of that building. And then my client said that he tried to lease from the landlord before he take over the current place. But landlord says they're not gonna lease to any liquor store. And liquor store has gone for safekeeping for 4 or 5 years ago. So do you think that will be come back to the liquor store? This is a kind of issue to the community.
Right, I'm understanding that is their concern. And I do remember Mr. Samuel telling me that that location has been vacant for approximately 5 years. And I can't speak about Rodman's. I believe that particular Rodman's was the one that was on Wisconsin Avenue, like Idaho and Wisconsin Avenue, Northwest. And so, and that Rodman's was trying to come to that space, but that license is in safekeeping. And I don't know if they're going to actually take over that spot.
Okay, so it's safe to say that there is no chance to that Rodman's Liquor back to open that state. That's right.
That I don't know. That would be up to the board to make that determination.
Okay. There is another liquor store within 1,200 radius on the system. It is Exotic Wine and Liquor. Do you think it affects the same community, the JS Mart Liquor located? It's distance-wise and community-wise, you can say that that's the same community to affect?
Yeah, I would say it's the same community.
So have you been visit there, and how's they operating? Did you?
Yes, I did go there in that block and did view what was around there. To me, it seems like those patrons who visited those establishments at that location, that they would take advantage of exotic liquors, because it would be more convenient to go just in that block instead of trekking across the street. It's not just one street that they would have to cross. It is it's only one big intersection they would have to cross. But it seems like it would be more convenient if being a customer to any of those establishments, the Carolina Kitchen, the cell phone stores, that they would choose Exotic because they're right there instead of crossing the road to go to JS Liquor.
Do you think it's overall the say that it's existing liquor stores are too many? Do you agree with that?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. No further question.
All right, Ms. Voris, your witness.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Ms. Dantzler, for all of your hard work to date. I'd like to revisit a few pieces of the information that you've gathered. You mentioned doing research on the Superior Court Services for at-risk youth, the Superior Court Services for adults under court supervision with parole requirements. And in that particular instance, it did sound like you validated that the individuals go and come as they please. They are tested for substance abuse because they're in that vulnerable population category, and that they're on that same block. You also mentioned that you validated that the Virginia Williams Family Resource Center was there, but that you were unable to get them on the phone. Two questions on that assessment. I think number one, as part of the Virginia Williams Family Resource Center, I'm just going to underscore in the word here, family. I know you said that the physical daycare was closed, but were you able to validate the fact that they have daycare-like resources in Virginia Williams Family Resource Center because it is a family homeless establishment?
And was I able to validate that the Virginia Center has family-like services?
That's correct. For
Based on-
vulnerable children, like a daycare center.
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then there's one other, actually abutting and attached to where this location would be, what is the Metropolitus Club. Are you familiar with the Metropolitus Club? I think it's in one of your photos.
I'm familiar with it. Yes, to a degree, I took a photograph of it, and I looked into the establishment on their website, and they are out of business.
They're currently closed because of COVID, but that's different from being out of business. They are expected to reopen. Could you confirm whether or not they're expected to reopen once COVID is subsided? And can you tell the board what that establishment is there to do?
Well, according to their website, they are out of business. And so when they were there, they were helping vulnerable populations with trainings and educational matters.
And that's for people with substance abuse and drug abuse addiction, which would be abutting that facility. And just for the record, it is not clear to me that they're factually out of business long-term. Okay, that's number one. Question number one is just on those other those vulnerable services, including daycare-like services and drug and alcohol abuse within an abutting building, which is one of our top concerns. I think the other piece is if we could go back for a minute to exhibit number 5, establishments in the area. You're basing the claim that there aren't ample alcoholic-based beverage services available to the community in a 1,200-foot radius. Our community walks more than 3 blocks when we walk around. And if you look at the stars right in the same general area, but just right outside the 1,200-foot perimeter, can you please validate that there are stars of other alcoholic services, include things like names like JJ Mart or JJ Liquor, which are also A-based establishments right outside that 1,200-foot range, but still within what I would deem community walkability?
Yes, outside of the GIS system, there are ABC establishments, yes. But I did not include them, and I could not speak upon as to the type of retail establishments they are, because it could be a B store that sells beer and wine only, or either another A store that sells beer, wine, and spirits. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Those are all my questions.
Any questions by any board members? All right, hearing none. Thank you very much, Ms. Dantzler, for your testimony today. And have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know what? One of the things I did not do, and this is I still did not do that. Your relief, Miss. I did not. Did I have you do opening statements? No. All right. I apologize. Mr. Lee, do you want to do an opening statement?
Yes, I for it, and then you just mentioned to the investigator.
I apologize. And it's the second protest here in a row that I've done.
Yeah.
So I apologize.
Yeah.
So you can do an opening statement.
Yeah, for the record, the applicant applied the new Class A license for JS Malt Liquor addressed at 936 Rhode Island Avenue Northeast, and it's being protested by the Ward 5 residents, Group of 5. The establishment is located in a mixed-use zone and has not been operating, currently under renovation. According to DC GIS system, there is one Class A establishment in the same block. However, that A license has been in safekeeping for a long time, and my client confirmed with its landlord, who will not lease to the liquor store again. So I attached a photo of A store currently in safekeeping as an exhibit. There are no schools, but there is a daycare center, which every investigator found that it is permanently closed. Applicant is aware of responsibility that comes with ABC license. He will be attending EVRA training in the future. There are around 250 liquor stores operating in DC. And merely the adverse effects of a liquor store based on some of the worst liquor stores operation with the problems. There are no proof or evidence that applicant can be one of the worst operators. The establishment will be well maintained by the applicant, and he is willing to cooperate with the community to resolve any issues within the community. So we strongly believe that granting the application is proper and will not detrimentally impact the community. Thanks for your time. This is my opening.
All right, thank you. Ms. Voris, you wish to do one? You can do one now, or you can wait till you present your case. So it's up to you.
Sure, I'll do very briefly because we'll have ample time to talk about this later, but Honorable ABRA Board, I invite you today to take the concerns raised by our community seriously. And I'd invite you as part of that to read the petition that our community members have submitted. Affected neighboring residents have surfaced several multifaceted critical concerns at having a liquor store license afforded on that 900 block of Rhode Island Avenue specifically, which will be the basis of our testimony today.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Lee, now you have an hour to present your case. Do you wish to call a witness?
Yes. First,
and who's your first witness?
Yeah, I want to, Mr. Samuel Tesfaye, the applicant.
Mr. Tesfaye, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, fine. You're a witness, sir.
All right. Mr. Tesfaye, please just state your name for the record.
My name is Samuel Tesfaye. Samuel, S-A-M-U-E-L. Tesfaye, T-E-S-F-A-Y-E.
Are you the president of the corporation?
Yes.
Yes. Would you describe your business? Why are you operating for the liquor license?
Because of the location, allow me to have the liquor store in that area. And then I choose the area because of the way I want to run the business is nice and clean, more advanced for the community, more safe for the community. Everything I do is clean and nice environment liquor store. So that's why I chose that place.
Right. Where is the storage area? If you have a license, where is you gonna store the alcohol?
We're gonna store inside the store, inside the back of the store. There is a storage place, and then we're gonna store it in front of the liquor store, and we have a brand new walk-in cooler, and we have brand new shelf. We have open open space in front. The counter is gonna be open, nothing blueproof cover. It's gonna be interesting store if I pass all the tests.
Yeah, the most important thing is that your storage area should be locked and secured at night.
Yes, 100% Slack and Shakur.
Okay. Who gonna operate the business if the application is approved?
I have one of the family. He been running the liquor store in the area and in DC. So he's the one who's gonna manage the place until I take all study from ABC board, and then I'll go from there. But for now, I have fully management personnel in the store. I did not hear.
What is your hours for operation? You ask for it.
The one I ask is from 7 a.m. until 12 a.m.
So if board restrict on your hours for operation in some reason, is it okay with you? So your hours for operation is flexible?
Yes.
Okay. Like, what's your business experience?
I have convenience store before, like 10 years ago, 314 Ricks Road. Now they built in Walmart in there. That's the area I've been running business the last 10 years. So I have experience, but I'll get more assistance from ABC board.
And then do you have any plan to ABC manager to operate with you?
Yes, of course. I'm gonna hire somebody from the area, and then somebody's from the neighborhood, from the community, and then I like the community to come and to check what I do. Anything they see is not right, they have to talk to me, and then anything is I need help. Still, I have to ask the community, the neighborhood. So it's not only my interest. The community interest too to do good job. I will provide for them the best product, quality product. Anything is not me, they have to report to me, and then I'll fix the mistake I do.
It's a part of your business plan. I'm just asking about your security plan, cleaning trash, hiring employee from the community, that kind of stuff. Would you repeat, explain about your plan to the board?
Yes, I did talk to the neighborhood behind the liquor store. There is a building. I talked to like 2-3% if they are interested doing cleanup 3 times a week in front of the parking lot, in front of the store, the trash area. There is 2 guys, they are ready for the job. And then I did talk to the trash company, but still I did not decided which company to use. But they did tell me they're gonna provide me the dumpster. They're gonna come and pick it up 2 times a week. And then any trash left by pickup truck, they have to come and telling me to clean it up. I'll clean it up. Any mistake they see, they have to take a picture, and then they have to provide me. But I'll do the best job. There is a camera in front of the building. I'm gonna put 3. There is light in the top of the building. I'm gonna put left and right. There is one in the back. So it's gonna be safe, 100% safe area. I'll make it.
Okay. community concerned about the at-risk population. And do you have any measures to protect the kids or at-risk population? It's a mental health or some homeless people, that kind of stuff. And then do you have any steps to take?
Yes, I'm not gonna allow anybody with alcohol problem to come to my store. And then I will ask the community, if they give me the list who's in the alcohol problem they have, I'm not gonna allow to come in. Soon as I see him inside the store, I'll call the police, I will report it. But I will get advice from the community that they have to tell me exactly which way to go, who's not allowed to go in and out with the alcohol problem and drug problem.
So you said that you're gonna report any criminal activity to the MPD. Do you have a police log or
Yes.
report to?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then, are you willing to take a ABC training in the future?
Yes, of course. I need to know more.
How do you access to ABC training? Do you know?
Personal. Yeah. Whatever they are, they are asking me to, in person or in the ABC website, whatever it is, I'll take it to know better.
Okay. Are you willing to cooperate, attend the PSA or ANC meeting? PSA is a metropolitan meeting, the police meeting, and the ANC is a community meeting.
Yes.
Are you gonna attend the two?
Yes, as soon as they ask me or they invite me to come there, I'll be there any day, any minute, anytime.
Okay, that's for my question, and thanks very much. And no further question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Voorhis, your witness.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sam, just a few questions for you. You describe your efforts of being, quote, safe for the community. Did you willingly know that there was daycare-like services through the Virginia Williams Service Center being offered, a facility where adults under court supervision come and go as they please and are deemed a vulnerable population by the government, and a drug and alcohol abuse center at your doorstep before signing a lease for this property?
Yes, but I have to make sure that, I'm not gonna allow anybody have drug and alcohol problem in my store. Period. I'm not gonna let.
Do you consider that a safe venture?
That's the safest thing, is not to allow him to alcohol and drug in my location.
Okay. And you consider yourself a business person and an operator.
Yes.
Albeit hands off. The way you just suggested operating is to, quote, ask the community to provide you a list of people with alcohol problems. Are you willingly trying to discriminate against people? Or do you believe that's a successful tactic?
How I'm gonna discriminate? Tell me how. I mean, they have a problem, they are not gonna allow to come. So I'm not gonna discriminate anybody. If anybody have issue, I'm not gonna allow to get in.
And how are you specifically going to operate?
Can you repeat it again? It's not clear for me. What?
Or of course, how are you specifically going to operate?
I have store manager is gonna run the store. I have the security system in front of the store. I have the security system in the back of the building. I have great light in the top of the building. So it's gonna be safe.
Light is going to distinguish the people that you're.
Ms. Voorhis, let him finish, please, if we ask the other question.
Of course.
Okay, so exactly. I have to know what's your question, exactly which way you're going. So I didn't get you. You asked me one question, but I don't know how to answer it. You gotta tell me exactly your question.
Yes, my question, of
Can you repeat your question, please, ma'am?
course, the question I asked was how specifically you are going to operate, but since you suggested you want a list from the community in order to operate successfully.
Yes, people, they have a problem with alcohol problem. I'm not gonna allow them to come to the store. That's where I'm gonna ask the community to give me advice which way, which kind of person you have to go in and out to the store. If somebody's alcoholic, doing something in front of the store, I'm not gonna allow that person to get in.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned that in the report that was recently furnished, the location of the trash receptacles and the large trash bins appeared to be in the front of the store by the Metropolitan Club. Is that correct?
That's not in front, that's on the side.
And by the side, what do you mean by that? Where specifically?
It's not located in front of the building. If you see
Okay, so where, please? Can you give us more detail?
Yeah, if you see the building, you'll see the trash collection. Still, there is a trash can for that location, the one in the corner. So we are sharing the same location for the trash.
So you're intending to put additional trash right by the apartment complex and the other houses on the secondary street? Is that yes or no?
No,
Where is it then?
that's not in front of the building. That's in the side of the building. Already, there is trash collector there.
So by the side of the building in sight of the apartment complex?
No, the apartment is in the back. So there is a trash can. You saw the picture.
Mm-hmm. Right by the Metropolitan Club, which is on 10th Street.
Yes, in the side.
Which is where the community is located.
Yeah, but there is trash can there before. I'm not putting anything new. I'll talk to them, and then we're gonna put one big trash can. We're gonna
A higher volume of.
Ms. Williams, let him answer. Let him finish before he answers the question, ma'am.
So there is 2 times a week trash collector. There is a trash can spot. That spot they left it to put the trash can there. So that's the location we're gonna be having the trash can.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I also heard in your record, you actually haven't selected a trash company yet. So everything that you were stating right now relative to trash collection, community engagement, et cetera, is all future facing and can't be verified by facts. Would you agree?
Can you repeat again?
Yeah, I said that in the report that our investigator collectively furnished, it mentioned that you have not yet selected the trash collection service and have not done anything that you have, quote, agreed to relative to things like attending ABRA training, everything else. So everything is future facing and can't today be proven by facts. Is that correct?
It's not future. Already, it's in the process. So as soon as the process passes, I'll advise. I'll give you all the information. The trash company, when they're gonna come pick it up, how many days a week. I'll give you all the answer. But right now we are in the process, so we have to go.
So it cannot yet be valid.
Yes, it's gonna be, but still, I have to do the process before to get there.
Okay, thank you. And finally, you mentioned that you'll be, quote, outreaching and talking to the community regularly. I just want to let you know that I've asked Mr. Kim on several occasions, your lawyer on several occasions throughout this process, that the members of the community that were quite concerned had wanted to speak with you and share their concerns. And you've never once engaged with us directly. So I'm just asking, why would you believe that you're factually going to be taking these actions if you haven't demonstrated that in 6 stores.
You know, you asked me 3 questions. Which one to answer? What's the first question you asked me?
Have you engaged with the community for feedback on the concerned 6 stores?
I do. I did talk to the building next to me. I did talk to the people outside. I tell them, you know, it's gonna be come and clean, nice, good quality liquor store here. Are you guys against? I did not have anybody saying against the liquor store. That's why I decided to get it, to move with the process.
Thank you, board. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Tesfaye, you said you owned a convenience store before. So have you had a liquor license before?
No, he wasn't liquor. He was a convenience store because of cross the street in Ricks Road, where I am my store. There is a liquor store there, so they are not gonna allow me to have liquor to inside the shopping center. That's why I did not have it.
So tell me about the store that you're planning to open up if you were to be granted a license.
Believe me, I was trying to tell the board, you know, I'm gonna put, already I did invest my saving, I did invest my, take it out money from my house. If you come and see the place, you are not gonna believe it. I'm gonna put the top of the line wine, I'm gonna put the top of the line liquors, I'm gonna open, completely open area. There is no board in front of the cash register. It's gonna be clean. Any complaint from the community, I'll accept it. I'll fix it. I'll apologize if anything go wrong. But believe me, it's not easy investment I did. I wasn't thinking the process is gonna go this far. I've been paying 1.5 years for rent. And then this thing happened, COVID come, everything is slow. I asked the building of the owner, they helped me a lot. So it's not gonna be like, you know, like the way they think the community, the way she think, but it's not. It's gonna be the top of the line.
I don't know what I'm trying to find out. Are you just selling liquor or are you gonna sell other products? That's what I'm trying to find out. What are you gonna sell in the store?
I'm gonna sell packaged food. I want to sell like what the community they need. I will ask them. I will sell like fruits. There is some, but the area is limited. So until I organized it, you know, I cannot promise you because of the space. We have limited space inside the store.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to find out, are you just going to sell liquor alone or are you going to sell other products? So that's what I'm trying to find out.
No.
Go ahead.
There's another product, packed product. You know, there is a sandwich, there is a fruit, anything packed. Yes, I'm not going to sell all the liquors there.
All right, so what's going to be the difference between this store you're trying to open and the convenience store that you owned before?
Yeah, the difference is, the only difference is now I'm getting to the liquor. So I just want to know about liquor. You know, I'm just want to know, because that's why I have one of my family, he have 2 liquor store in DC. That's why I'm getting advice from him how to run it, how to be quality place. So that's the way I'm gonna go with his experience. But me right now, I'm just catching up. I know I have like experience for the convenience store. Because of the property been sold, I'm out of business. That's why I'm getting now back to the liquor store.
So how long have you been out of business?
From that location, as soon as Walmart, they built that building, you know which one I'm talking about? Ricks and South Dakota. That's the
I'm
location.
asking it, how many years has that been, sir? I don't know, I'm asking you.
And then that's like 2007. That's the last time I moved out from that location. And then I have my own business in Maryland right now.
So do you have an alcohol license in Maryland?
No, it's an alcohol license. I supply for the walk-in cooler and walk-in freezer for the supermarkets.
All right. All right. Any other questions by any other board member?
Mr. Chair, I do have a
Yes,
question.
Mr. Short.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Tache.
Afternoon.
You say it was 2007 when you left Riggs Road?
Yes.
You say was it 300 block or was it the 200 block?
I believe it's 200, but right by the corner, Riggs Road and South Dakota.
Right there where the chicken restaurant is, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a strip mall behind the chicken place. You were in the strip mall?
Oh no. Yes, the mall by the Target Market. There is a supermarket there, exactly where they build now for the Walmart.
Where the Walmart takes up the whole 300 block.
Yes, it was a shopping center there.
Okay, so where was your convention? Where was your convenience store?
6910 New Hampshire, 314 Riggs Road.
Sir, I'll just say this. I know the area quite well, and I think that you're not telling us the truth.
I'm telling the truth. 314 Riggs Road.
Let me say this to you. I worked at 306 Riggs Road for 20 years. 306 Riggs was the barber shop. Do you remember the barber shop?
Yes. Next to barber shop, there is a Home Free USA.
No, sir. I worked there for 20. I'm not going to argue with you, sir. I'm just simply saying this. Maybe your memory is not correct. But let me ask you this. Where you're going to put this A liquor store now on Rhode Island Avenue?
Yes.
Did you know there was an A store in that same block when you applied for this license?
Yes.
Did you know there was a license in safekeeping?
Yes, it's been closed. Yes.
Okay, so if that safekeeping store were to open back up, how would that affect you?
But I did talk to the owner or to lease that place, and then the owner, he's not gonna allow any liquor store in that building. He was for lease. And then I called to the leaser company, and then they said they are not gonna allow any liquor store in this building.
Okay, now you were in the retail business in the 300 block of Riggs Road, Northeast Washington, D.C. 316, you say, right?
314 Riggs Road.
314 Riggs Road. Okay. Now, let me ask you this. What did you learn while you were in business there?
I learned how to communicate with the customer. I learned what kind of neighborhood is in the area. I learned what kind of community was around me. I learned how to treat the community. I learned a lot of things.
Okay, not questioning anything with your mentality right now. I'm questioning, was there a hardware store at 314 Riggs Road before you had your business?
That's exactly the place I moved in.
Oh, okay, so what was next door to the hardware store?
It was USA Free USA Free House or House USA House or something like that. The office, real estate.
Again, I was there for 20 years. I never saw that. But anyway, let me ask you this question: How will you be a good businessman on the new location? Should this board grant you a license, knowing that you have another A store within a couple of doors of you? So that means if they take their license out of safekeeping, you will have a competitor in a larger building who has previously had a liquor license. How would you compete against that person?
Treating the customer right, and then take care of the community right, and then drop down the price. and just to survive, I have to with the community help. You know, I don't know how I'm gonna run it, but you know, I will drop the price down, or I'll good quality merchandise in the shelf and try to make it.
Okay. Now you also have a family member who has, you say two ABC licenses in Washington, D.C.?
Not two, more than that.
More than that?
Yeah.
What are their locations?
One is 9th Street, 9 and T, no, 9 and P, Northeast. The other one,
Northeast or Northwest?
Northwest.
Okay, yeah. All right, okay. Where's the other one?
The other one is Benning Road.
100 block of Benning Road.
Oof.
Now these are the people you're gonna be asking. You're gonna be asking these people to help you with your business because they're doing so well. So how are they doing on Benning Road?
Oh, they doing good. They just a little bit. It's not safe, but you know they doing good.
Okay, so are they on the northeast? Are they on the northeast side or the north or the southeast side of Benning Road?
Northeast.
You don't know what 100 block? What's the closest thing you can remember close to that store on Benning Road?
There is a gas station across the street, Sunoco gas station, and then
on Benning Road.
Yeah, Benning Road by the metro. You know where the new bus that like the train things going to the
streetcar.
Yes, before the last stop, like 3 blocks before.
So that's not a Sunoco gasoline station. That's an American gasoline station. 21st and Benning Road is American gasoline station. American gas. 21st and Benning Road.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know.
That's all. Get your memory together. But thank you very much. You've been a wonderful witness. Thank you, sir.
Thank you again.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Are there any other questions by any board members?
I do have a question for Mr. Tesfaye.
Go ahead, Ms. Wabzada.
Sure. So, Mr. Tesfaye, you said that you previously owned a convenience store. Were you all selling any type of spirits or wine at that convenience store, or was it just strictly food items?
Just food.
Thanks.
Packaged food.
I know you mentioned earlier that you planned on doing the alcohol training since this is your first time owning a liquor store. Have you signed up for that yet? Is that something that's sort of on your radar as we move forward?
I'm just putting it in my head to do it.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions by any of the board members?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
Hi. Yes, sir. Does your lease include any off-street parking area?
No, the parking is gonna be in the street. There is like 10 parking places in the street, not in the building.
So your customers won't have any legal parking in that alleyway or behind your building?
Oh, no, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions by any of the board members? All right, Ms. Voris, do you have any questions to ask based on the questions that were asked by the board?
For that invitation. I do not. I just want to, for the record, though, there are no.
Hold on. You can, at this juncture, when you present your case, you can present whatever you want to do. But at this juncture, you can only ask questions, follow-up questions to him based on the question that the board members ask. So if you don't have any follow-up questions, then you don't have to ask any.
Okay, I appreciate the practice. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Lee, do you have any follow-up questions of Mr. Tesfaye based on the questions that were asked by the board?
Questions. Thank you. No more questions. Can you hear me?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Tesfaye, for your testimony. Mr. Lee, do you have another witness?
I have another witness, landlord, Mr. Nguyen.
All right, Ms. Nguyen, you can unmute your microphone.
Yes.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swear.
Mr. Lee, your witness.
Yeah. Thanks for coming to testify. For the record, please state your name and spell.
My name is Evelyn. And last name Nguyen, Nguyen.
Hold on a minute, Mr. Hold on. Mr. Lee, when she's speaking, mute your microphone. Mute your microphone. And Ms. Nguyen, when you're not speaking, please mute your microphone, okay? All right, go ahead, Mr. Lee.
And how are you related to the store?
I'm a part.
Hold on a minute, please. Miss Nguyen, I think, Miss Nguyen, I think that Miss Nguyen.
Stop 6931 Arlington Road.
Miss Nguyen, we have some problem with your internet connection, so I can hardly hear you.
Good.
I know that.
Yes.
All right, let's start. Let's go back. Let's ask.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
It's poor, but we'll try to see. Okay. Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
I didn't change anything, so I don't worry. Can I read my name then?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Evelyn, Evelyn. Last name Nguyen, Nguy. And I work for Capital. At 6931 Arlington Road, Bethesda, Maryland.
Okay, thank you. Question is, how did you decide to testify today? Can you hear me?
Yes. I was asked by Sam Theasfez to help him to have this liquor license. He signed the lease around May 2020 and decided to have a liquor license. The owner of the property did not contest. He agreed for Sam to get this liquor license here. So this is where we are.
Okay, are you familiar with the business? Ms. Nguyen? Ms. Nguyen? Hello? Yeah. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Hold on. Let's go off the record for a couple of minutes. Okay, we're off the record.
Yes.
We're going to try to see if we can fix these technical difficulties. So we're off the record for a couple of minutes. Just hold on. Hold on. Just hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Yes.
Mr. Anderson, if I may, Ms. Nguyen, if you stop your video, you might be able to increase bandwidth.
We're gonna make some changes. We're gonna make some changes. That's why we're off the record. We're gonna make some changes. All right, Miss Wynn, our IT specialist is going to supply you with a call-in number, so you can just call in. So you don't even have to do the video. Okay. Do you hear me?
Okay.
All right. So
Yes.
she can send you a call-in number so you can call in, and so you can get off the video, and so I think you'll be better. So look, we sent you a chat, and use that number to call in, please. And you can log yourself out of this other one.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right.
Okay, Ms. Nguyen, I see your phone number. I'm going to unmute you now, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead and announce yourself.
So I'm gonna check off this WebEx.
Yes.
I can do that for you. I just want to make sure that you can hear us. We can hear you just fine on your phone, okay?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Chair, you may proceed.
All right, we're back on the record. Go ahead, Mr. Lee.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So are you familiar with the business the Mr. Tespaya applied for?
Yes.
Are you support
Yes,
for
I
the
do.
applicant? Yeah, are you support for the Mr. Tespaya obtaining ABC license?
Hold on, I have to get off the other speaker. Yeah, can you repeat it, please?
Yeah, are you support for the for Mr. Tespaya obtaining an ABC license?
Yes. The landlord, as I said, the landlord, the owner of the property, when I presented to them, they agree for Sam Tespaya to obtain the liquor license.
Okay. Do you have any plan to maintain the property after the Mr. Tespaya have a ABC license?
Yes. This property is called a triple net, which means the landlord is taking care of all the common area to help all the tenants to assure the cleanliness and all around for the community, including every area around the building. With the snow, we have a snow crew that coming in every time we clean up all the snow, and we do all the roof and all the light outside, and also the painting of the facade.
Yeah, actually heard about that. The community concerned about the trashy dumpster location of the building. So actually,
Okay.
I saw, yeah,
Yes.
the side of the building there is a trashy cans. And would you explain about the
Yes.
dumpster location?
Yes, the trash location has been there since 20 years. There's nothing new that the trash will be in that location forever. The thing that if the community wants me to do a gate, I can do that to look better or anything like that. But since I manage the building, the trash area, that's where every of my tenants have the trash contractor to come there and pick it up twice a week and plus recycle. There's nothing new or any change for that trash location.
So just before you said that if a community wanted to gate, so how can you communicate with the community? Do you have any plan?
So right now, I don't have, because I didn't have anyone complain so far since I took care of this property. But I'm willing to talk to the community and see what to improve and for the building to look good for the area, and also the real estate going up for them, all kinds, all of this. Yeah.
So are you okay? Are you okay? ABC Board provide your contact information to community members. So in the future, if there is any community concerns, you are willing to meet or communicate in some way to resolve their community concerns.
Yes, I will.
Okay.
As a part of my job, I will do that.
Okay, thank you. And can you describe the change before and after Mr. Tasfaye took over that space?
Yes. We have previous tenants that was in there before my time, and he was not doing a good job for the cleaning and for the sales of their products, and it's pretty kind of, when I visit, it's kind of dirty, and so when the lease expire, I met with Sam, so I will get approved from the owner and get Sam to lease our premises.
Okay. So do you think Mr. Tasfaye is a responsible owner tenant?
Yes. So far, I feel sorry because since he pay the rent monthly and on time since May of 2020, and then he could not open and make any money. I feel that I'm responsible and guilty to help him as much as I can.
Thank you. Do you believe that granting ABC license would support our local business?
I believe so, especially in this time. He will be an add to the community, as I believe, because he's not, he's a responsible, first of all, I have to say that Sam is a responsible person. And of course, he will do a good job there. And trust me, if he doesn't, I'm really behind all my tenants for their cleanness and their good sales and all those things. We have to make all the tenants, we have to help all the tenants, and I will be there to help them also.
Okay. My last question will be, you believe if Tasfaye has a license, would cause an increase in crime, public safety, or decrease the quality of life in the neighborhood?
I don't think so. I think it will be the same, or it will be more safe because he's a responsible person. You know, that's what I think.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, Miss, don't go away. Ms. Voris,
I'm here.
Okay, Ms. Voris, your witness.
I'd like to just, given the board had previously asked a question about parking, I'd like to just add on there, given that you know and understand that particular location. How many, if any, parking spots are available for patrons at that location?
Okay, as you know, this is the DC area, and parking is non-existent. So only I told Sam that the only parking is around the street. And also he expressed it to me that all his clients will come and go. They're not gonna hang around there to drink the liquor. This is a store that you can come and pick up the liquor and then go home. It's not a sit-down area that attracts all the trunk people or something like that. It's just you know, just like a giant. And if you go and buy liquor store, and then you just go home and enjoy your liquor.
And have you observed, you said you haven't been at that location very long. How long have you been managing that location?
I've been doing this for 6 years.
At that particular location?
Yeah, before that I worked for Peterson Company, and we have a lot of liquor store around also, and we the biggest project that I did was National Harbor.
Yeah, that's okay. I just wanted to know that particular location. And so have you observed other, I know we had the mid-market there that was non-liquor previously. Did you observe people coming and going from that particular, also a grab and go location?
No, I'm just managed, and my crew always come there once a month to do inspection, and I have all the pictures as long as everything is fine. But as I don't see a lot of traffic around there, as I observe, I believe.
So you're saying that you don't typically come and see. So the basis of what you're describing is based mainly on hypothesis.
No, I have my building manager coming every month. Mm-hmm. We do every month there, and I did come like quarterly.
Mm-hmm. The reason I ask is we had even with no liquor, a lot of loitering, even when the mid-city market was available, even though it was a come and go location, just given the social services around that area. And so you just to verify, you said there are no parking spaces other than the community parking for the houses on 10th and the apartments on 10th, and no Rhode Island Avenue parking in that location. And it's a come and go store, so people would have to either physically be on foot from the community or
yes.
You know, you could only imagine what that location might do if cars were to pile up.
Well, with the client come and go, I don't think there's going to be almost a lot of traffic, and I oftenly go to DC for a liquor store And every time I go to any liquor store, there's like 2 or 3 clients coming in, and now I don't believe that it will be like a mob of people that will come, you know. And if we have a mob of people, I think Sam will do a good job, but I don't think so.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Any questions by the board members?
Mr. Short, I'd like to ask a question.
I'm sorry, what?
Mr. Short, I'd like to ask a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Nugent.
Yes.
I said good afternoon to you. And let me say this. You say you go there quarterly. Is that 4 times, 3 times a year?
Yes, but my building manager is every month.
So.
And my building manager is my right hand.
Okay, I understand. How many tenants?
I have all the picture every month.
How many tenants are on that property? How many different businesses are on that property?
Right now, I only have 3.
When it's fully occupied, how many do you have?
When fully occupied, I have 4.
So there are 3 operating businesses now. Sam will make the 4th?
Yes.
So the other 3 businesses that how are they making out now on that property?
Well, I just signed a lease with 932. I also signed, and then they are in the construction is a chicken, like a fast food carry out with chicken and fish. And then the next door, 934, I also just signed a lease, but they will be using as a storage for the chicken place, and they are doing some renovation yet. So that's why, because of the COVID pandemic, they did not operate it yet because they are still under construction.
Okay, now at the particular location for this licensee that is applying today before this board, his particular business, egress exits. How many exits do you have in that building?
Each premises has their own exit in the front and in the back.
So the customers can exit through the rear of the business into the alley?
No, we don't allow that.
Well,
but,
you said there's a front and the back, and we saw pictures from the investigator today, and the back looked like it's an alley.
Yes, it's like an alley to go around the block for us, and no, we not allow any client to come in there. They just need to come from the front door.
I understand that. If there's a fire on the Rhode Island side at the front door, how would the people get out the back?
The back is like an exit, a fire exit, and it should be have a sign, exit sign that they need to get in the back. They can't.
Do they currently have an exit sign at that door?
They have, they currently no sign at the door. I need to make sure that they will have a sign.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. I have no more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions by any other board members? All right. Hearing none. Miss Ms. Voris, do you have any questions of her based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No, sir.
Mr. Lee, do you have any questions of her based on any questions that were asked of the board?
No, I don't have a question at this moment.
All right, thank you. Ms. Nguyen, thank you very much for your testimony. Have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deborah. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
You're welcome. Mr. Lee, do you have any other witnesses?
Yeah, was that one more, but that's he just informed that he got a conflict working hour now, so he's not available anymore. So that's for our witness so far.
So you rest?
Yeah.
All right. All right, Miss all right. Do you have any witnesses? Or how do you the protest, and how do you plan? So are you the only witness?
Yes, I'm speaking on behalf of the community today, sir.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, present your case.
Thank you. And do you mind, I'm not sure of the proceedings, do you mind if I ask a question before stating the case?
Ask question. You want to ask me a question? No, you can't ask a question on the board. You can only ask me a question.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
What's the question? Ma'am?
Have you all read the petition that was signed and submitted? Okay.
No, the board has that information that's not been shared. So if you have them, if they're in your PIP and you want to share, you want us to, you want the ability to share your screen, let me know, and I'll have the IT person give you the ability to share your screen if you want to share it with the board.
Sure, I would like to share the petition, and it's also an exhibit in the case.
I haven't seen any of them. So Miss Andrews, can you give her the opportunity to share her screen, please?
Sure, stand by. Ms. Voris, you can now share your screen.
Wonderful, thank you.
All right, go ahead, ma'am.
All right. So thank you, everybody, for today. I would just like to submit this as a formal exhibit as part of the concerns from the broader community, including multiple people that are within 400 feet of this potential establishment. And I think the community's concerns are multifaceted, as I mentioned before. The first of the concerns, and again, I won't read this word for word, I'll invite you to read it later on, but just as a summary of the concerns stated therein, I think the concern number one is the overabundance of liquor stores. And I know there's, some definitional differences that we may have in terms of what we think proximate really looks like. I speak on behalf of the community members that signed this petition by saying that we typically walk more than across the street when we go buy our groceries, when we purchase liquor, when we purchase other things that the community has and affords, including Rhode Island Avenue is really just a walk across the block for people that live here. And so we measured proximity in terms of if I were to put a pin where that store would be and walk within about 5 blocks in any of the directions in the surrounding area, how many other options would we have? And I'm here to tell you that both the current demand and expected future demand, community members that I've talked to across the board have said, not only does the community already have what they need in terms of the variety of liquor and liquor locations, but there is a long-held belief that it's already in service to both our needs today and future needs as well. So we do not need yet another liquor store in that particular location and area from a demand and economic perspective. And there's several exhibits that also look at a bit wider range than 1,200 square feet in service to the concentration of liquor, not just Class A, but a variety of liquor in the area. And that was also confirmed with the investigators' claims of several additional locations right outside that zone that was in her reference exhibit as well. The second and very important is the argument around the at-risk populations on that very same block. The government has already made a very important set of decisions that that block will be a social services block, and the community is in no way claiming that crime will be higher or lower, any other justification or claim that's not set in fact. What is factually accurate is that there are a variety of different vulnerable populations, some of which, due to COVID, are currently not operating but expected to reoperate in a future time, and some that are continuously operating even today, including, as the inspector verified, a family homeless center that does have services like daycare related services for children within 2 shops and on the same block, as well as several other services, which I won't reiterate, but as you know, include court-related vulnerable population services that were affirmed as higher levels of substance abuse related facilities within, as well as a facility that the ANC commissioner has articulated he does expect to reopen, which is the Metropolitan Club, which would be literally abutting the liquor location and often results in people at that location for a variety during the servicing operating hours. That is a drug rehab center and location. The third and final arguments are regarding community inclusivity, job growth, and trash and noise and litter provisions. So, there was a claim made that noise didn't sound loud. I will tell you that on that particular block during COVID, we would expect less traffic. We would expect less noise at this time. That's not always going to be the case. Once COVID subsides, businesses and the vulnerable centers reopen full time, we're going to see a very different dynamic than the dynamic that's observed through the evidence brought forth to the investigator today, in terms of accumulated trash pile up, and in terms of the people kind of centered in that area coming in and out of the location, and the ability for a more diverse group of businesses to be sustainable, especially if the liquor location is set to go through. While I did not include in this petition the concern of parking, given it was raised here today as new evidence, I would like to also bring forward my personal concern that parking will become even more of an issue in the community itself, especially since it was validated that there are 0 parking spots that are afforded for this particular location on a major avenue as well. Thank you.
All right. You can close your screen, please, Anne.
Yes.
Mr. Lee, do you have any questions of her?
Yes, a couple of them. Thanks for coming today. And are you familiar with this area?
I live in the community, sir.
Yeah, how long have you been in this community?
I've lived in the Northeast for well over a decade. And I've lived in my most recent house, which is several blocks away, for well over 6 years.
So did you see what's the difference from the previous owner and Mr. Taspaye?
Sorry, can you restate the question?
Operating the business, is it called cleanness or that kind of stuff? Do you have any difference to notify?
So if your question is, does the business look clean? I'll state my personal perspective is no. But again, he hasn't opened yet, so it's hard for me to create a justifiable question.
You didn't have any chance to look inside the establishment, right?
Oh, I mean, I walk by that establishment daily. It's not open yet.
Yeah, but it's a look through the window or some. Well, quite a time he opened it and to clean it inside and do something renovation work inside. So did you have any chance to look into it?
So okay, I'm happy to answer your question. Let me be clear that the community concerns are outside the context of this question. However, if you'd like my personal opinion, I think it still looks like a very a business that has not been well kept. But again, that is not in the context of the community's concerns that we brought forward and surfaced today.
Yeah, if you look into the exhibit photo by the investigator report, and you said that it's inside is still dirty. Did this?
I mean, again, I don't really understand what the logic is given the community concerns. However, you know, I will say that my personal opinion on this question is if you look at the photos, there's still like pieces of debris on the floor. The windows are very dark. It doesn't look like an inviting place there.
Okay. When did you observe any kind of violation? Did you report to the police? Have you any issues around that area?
Yeah, I'm concerned you're being biased here. You know, our community is very, you know, supportive of our social services in our neighborhood, and including vulnerable populations to subject to undue, undue harm. I don't really understand the nature of your question.
Okay. Do alcohol? The reason why I ask you, can you hear me?
I'm sorry, sir. Could you repeat? You're breaking up.
Yeah. Do you know where the most community gets alcohol?
Sure. I mean, a variety of places up and down Rhode Island Avenue. So as you know from either the testimony from the investigator, there was an exotic wine and liquor store, which is, you know, in some ways likely a very comparable store directly across the street. That recently opened and is already serving the demand. There's a location on 400 block of Rhode Island Avenue that was recently renovated that's slightly larger. A lot of people, although mainly beer and wine, less spirits, go to Giant for the majority of their demand. And then further up, there are several others, including the Woodbridge, 2 of the Woodbridge locations, again, within about 5 to 8 blocks. Again, servicing
concern about the existing liquor store. So I just ask you, the liquor store on Washington Place, that how are they operating? Did you watch that? Did you observe any violation from that place and to affect the bad effect on your community?
It's a good question. They opened just right before COVID hit, so I think the context of the answer may change over time. You know, they appear to have a well-established operation, but it's only been a short period of time, so it would be hard for me to comment on the long term.
Okay, you heard Mr. Tesfayer's testimony, and do you still think Mr. Tesfayer he will have same issues with the other liquor store? You never.
I mean, look.
Right?
It sounds like he has. It sounds like
my testimony today, right?
Look, if you ask, let me just make sure I understand your question. If you're asking, do I think he'll be an effective operator? I mean, we can look at his track record of he has never operated a liquor store before. He has claimed to bring the community's perspective into view. But as you know, you and I have conversed several times, and I've specifically said that we would like to speak with him about our concerns. He never once contacted anyone on the petitioned list around those concerns up until this point in time. So I do not see evidence that he would be an effective operator. And I do not see evidence on his claim in working with the community.
Yeah. Let me clear this, because we talked at the mediation and the status hearing before, right? And then at the time, I just voluntarily asked for you contacting me by my email, so I will arrange a meeting. because I talked with the Mr. Aspire and he wanted to talk with the community. He waited for it. Eventually, there is no meeting with you. That's unfortunate, but that was a kind of a clarification about our meeting schedule. But
Mr. Lee, is there a question, sir? Is there a question?
I understand that. I understand that. So, talk or raise the issue at the community meeting. You raise just issue.
Yes, through the ABRA 5C commissioner, Ra.
ANC, you mean?
The ANC, sorry. ABRA. ANC. So for the record, that's ANC. Any other questions, sir?
Miss Morris?
I'm just looking at my things and okay, that's for the passion for the Miss Morris. Thank you.
Okay. Of course.
Hold on. Are there any questions by any board members?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you. Ms. Flores, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your testimony today. Just so I have clarity, you've lived in your current home 6 years.
Yes, a little over 6 years, and I've been in Northeast for 13.
Okay, and when we saw the pictures of that the inspector showed, there was a signage of some type of market or something. During the 6 years you've lived there, was that ever open?
It was operational for a number of years. It was a store that primarily sold like non-alcoholic beverages like waters and juices and things, as well as packaged goods. It was like a mini mart.
Okay. And how long, just your recollection, how long has that been vacant, that location?
I think that was part of the testimony. I want to say maybe like 8 to 10 months. It was about a little less than a year back, I want to say, give or take, that it closed.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Lee, do you, are you there, Mr. Lee?
Yes, I'm here.
Any questions of Ms. Boris based on the question that was asked by Mr.
No.
By that Mr. Grandis?
No.
All right. Any clarification, any further clarification that you need to make, Ms. Boris, based on the questions that were asked of you?
I don't believe so, sir.
Do you have any other witnesses, or are you, have you rested?
I've spoken on behalf of the petition in the community.
Are there any documents what are the documents that you had disclosed for this hearing, and do you want them to be a part of the record?
Yes, sir. It's primarily the petition that I showed on the screen, as well as 2 of the attachments in the petition, which are the community's definition of the concentration of liquor availability in the area.
Mr. Lee, do you have any objection to the documents that Ms. Boris wants to move into evidence? No? Okay, so move. All right, so move. Mr. Lee, what documents, if any, did you disclose for this hearing today?
So I attached exhibit 1 and pictures of exterior and interior. And
are you able, hold on, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, are you able to share your screen?
How I
I'm not seen all right, so tell me what, let me ask you, Ms. Voris, have you seen the documents that he disclosed?
No, sir, I have not visually seen them.
So, I'm sorry, so no documents were shared with you 7 days before the hearing?
It's possible that they were shared. I have not visually seen them.
You know, before 7 days before the first hearing, I have to submit a PIP and then exhibit list with my exhibit. So I already submitted to you and Mr. April Lando.
So what are the documents that are in your PIP, sir?
That's PIP itself and then exhibit list. Then.
So tell me what the documents are.
Yeah, and then exhibit 1 and the front picture.
Mr. Lee, Mr. Lee, your internet connection.
I'm sorry
Mr. Lee,
about that.
your internet connection is poor, and I think this is something that you need to work on, sir. I mean, you're going to do a lot of these hearings, and you need to boost your internet connection because you can't do these hearings that we cannot hear you. All right. So what are the documents again that are in your PIP?
Yeah, it's 5 or 6 of exterior, interior, dumpster area, and the security camera floodlights, and the trash area, and the traffic on the Rhode Island Avenue. The exhibit 2 is Roadmaster discount split. It's same block, almost the same block as a safekeeping A license place. So it's closed now. So I want to make sure. And then exhibit 3 is supporters list to sign on the new A license for my client. That's on the package. I provide ago, yeah, as a rule.
You said you did what did you say you did, sir?
Oh,
I didn't hear what you said, Mr. Lee.
There is a procedural request to file and submit a PIP with the exhibit list. So I did, yeah, the board and then Ms. Burris and then Ms. Brenda.
All right, Mr. Lee, I know that you're an attorney, and so as a member of the bar, so you're saying that 7 days before the hearing, you disclose these documents to Aber and to the protestant. All right, I'm gonna move those documents in evidence then. All right, so I'll move your PIP in evidence, and I'll also move Ms. Horace's PIP into evidence.
Thank you.
All right. I'll give you 5 minutes to do a closing statement. In your closing statement, each side will have 5 minutes to do a closing statement. In your closing statement, what I want you to do is to tell us what is it that you want the board to do. So Mr. Lee, what is it that you're requesting from the board?
Okay, that's conclusion. In DC, there are around 250 liquor stores, which most of them are well maintained. There is no convincing evidence that the establishment will have an adverse effect on community safety or peace, order, and quiet in the neighborhood. The establishment maintains the area in a clean and orderly manner. It is a mere speculation that granting the license will lead to more crimes, more issues. According to DC Title 25, 312, which states the board shall determine on a case-by-case basis. In making this determination, the board shall consider the overall characteristic of the area, including population, density, and the general commercial and residential activities. Fair credit should be given to the applicant testimony about the steps the applicant would take to mitigate potential negative impact on the peace, order, and quiet of the community. We are confident that African plan will allow the establishment to coexist peacefully with its neighbors. There are no convincing evidence that current community concerns are closely linked to the operation of the liquor store. According to the protest report and the ABRA investigator's testimony today, ABRA investigator was unable to substantiate claims. Given the fact applicant strongly believes good and sufficient cause for the granting the license, or I personally suggest with some conditions or restrictions that the board may impose with the license. We believe that based on the board review, the application on the record, the board will find that the applicant is of good character and is fit for license and has satisfied all requirements imposed by Title 25 of the District of Columbia Official Code and the Title 23 of the District of Columbia Municipal Regulations. We are very hopeful that the board makes a favorable decision to the application. Thanks for your time today. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Ms. Morris.
Yes, sir. The ask today is to ballot against a liquor license in this 900 block location. The community that I'm representing today is telling the board that another liquor store is not needed in this area and is actually very concerned about this location in particular. The ABRA investigator used the data of 1,200 foot radius, but I urge you to consider what the community would deem as the definition of a reasonable walking distance to liquor stores that meet and also exceed at this time the demand. The assumption is from the other side is that folks will mainly come on foot, given that there's no parking in the area, and it's the community that's saying their liquor needs are already met. In addition, on this block in particular, there are multiple vulnerable populations, as we've already seen, including what the investigator on record deemed a daycare-like service within the Family Homelessness Center, a drug treatment rehab center, and a corpse drop-in center on that same very block. There is no parking, and there is no future-facing guarantee that trash will not further accumulate and pile up with this operator model. Sam himself has said that he connects with the community and that you should trust him without facts that actually back these claims. He doesn't even have a sense of the communities he served previously. He demonstrated that by saying he didn't even remember exactly what was going on in the Riggs Road location, and his disinterest in engaging directly with the protest group in conversations, even after multiple attempts to request communication from him during this process, which just further backs the claim that the operation model is really, doesn't need and grounding.
That's it? So you're basically saying that we should deny the license. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. That was the first sentence in the claim. We should deny the license this time.
All right. Thank you. All right. Do the parties wish to file proposed findings of facts and conclusion of law, or waive that? Normally it's waived in these proceedings. What it is that you want to write a legal brief to say this is what the evidence showed today, or just do you want the board to make the decision based on the presentation? This would not be an opportunity for you to bring anything outside. It would be what was presented today.
We'll have to have a discussion about it.
All right. You're fine with that, Ms. Morris?
Yeah, as long as everything here is on record and you can refer back to both petition and the facts versus just the claims, then please go ahead and take a look at the findings.
Everything is on record. That's why when I start the process, I ask everybody to spell their name, because we have a court reporter, so everything is transcribed. so you can get a transcript of everything that was done today. So that's fine. All right. So thank you very much for your presentation. Then, hold on. All right. As I have too many papers here. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 20 PRO 00034, Mart Liquor License number 116822, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B 4 of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberate upon case number 20 PRO 00034, JS Mart Liquor License number 116822, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2574B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess these proceedings to hold a closed meeting in the ABC Board conference room pursuant to Section 574B of the Open Meetings Act. The board will issue a decision. Thank you very much for your presentation today. And the board will issue a decision in, I think, the next 90 days. All right. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Have a great day.
The same to you.
All right. It is 4:14. We had a 3:30 protest hearing. I had put in the chat that we will start 4:15, 4:20. How much break? How much time? How much break? Is it a 5-minute break? You want to take a 5-minute break? The 10-minute break is 4:14, or do you want to take a All right, so we can take. All right, so it's 4:15, so we'll take a 10-minute break. So we'll stay off the record. We'll be off the record until 4:25, and we will start the 3:30 hearing at 4:25. So I don't want anyone to log off. We're just in recess for 10 minutes. So, and then we'll start the hearing at 4:25.
Mr. Chairman, I will log off.
Yes, yes. You, Mr. Grandis, yes, you can log off. But all other members, I mean, stay on them. But we're just off the record for 10 minutes.
And sir, Mr. Anderson, this is Meg. Do you mind if I leave now? Is there anything else you need?
Yes, ma'am. You can. Yes,
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. You can leave. Your
All
case
right,
is
thank
over.
you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Okay.
Good afternoon. We're back on the record, and I just want to announce my name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Joining us this afternoon for this protest hearing is myself, Donovan Anderson, chairman of the board. We have Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rima Wahabzada, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, and Mr. Grandis has recused himself from participation in the next hearing. But before we do the protest hearing, one thing I would like to do, and I'm not sure if all the board members have had an opportunity to see we have a supplemental licensing agenda, and there's one item on the supplemental license agenda that I would like the board to vote on. And the supplemental agenda, it's a review application for a stipulated license with letter of ANC support for a new ABC license. This is for Scissors and Scorch, license number 117631. And I make a motion that we approve this license. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I'll have a roll call vote in the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Heba Wahab-Zada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. And I want to thank, I know this was last minute, but I want to thank the board for its consideration of this matter. And one of the reasons why we did this today is because the board will not be back in session for another 2 weeks. All right, the next case in our calendar it's a protest hearing, and give me a minute, please. Protest hearing case number 19 PRO 00138 and 20 PRO 00005, uproar, license number 92012. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the protestants and the licensee, please?
Sure, stand by. Commissioner Handren, your rights have been elevated.
Thank you so much. I'm here.
Ms. Trung, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Martin, your rights have been elevated. Investigator Garcia, your rights have been elevated. That's all.
Is that everyone, Ms. Andrews, or are there more people?
That's all, Mr. Chair.
I was waiting. I wasn't sure that everyone was. All right. I apologize. All right. This is a protest hearing that was, I apologize for the delay, but we had a 1:30 protest, and that went through, that actually went through about 4:15, and I did place a message in the chat, and I think that actually did a good job in type of figuring out what time the hearing was over. I said that it was going to be over we should start this one at 4:15, 4:20, and now we took a 10-minute break, and so it's 4:34. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to have everyone identify themselves for the record. I'm going to have everyone identify themselves for the record, and we will start with the licensee, please.
Afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Thomas Martin. I'm the attorney representing Uproar. I'm joined by two potential witnesses.
And can you call them and then they can identify themselves, please?
Yes, Ms. Tammy Trong.
My name is Tammy Trong, and I'm the owner of Uproar.
I can't hear Ms. Trong, so I need to get closer to, and I also need you to spell your name, please.
My name is Tammy Trong. That's Tammy. Last name is Truong, and I'm the owner of Uproar.
And who's the other witness, sir?
Mr. Thornton.
Christopher Thornton, Thornton.
Let's start with the protestant.
Hi, Larry Handerhan, last name spelled Handerhan, and I'm representing ANC 1B.
Good afternoon. Who's with you, Mr. Handerhan?
I had a witness on the list, but I'll be representing the ANC's views today. Just me.
So you're the only witness?
Yep.
All right. This was actually I'm sorry, Mr. Garcia.
Yes, George Garcia for ABRA.
Thank you. All right. This was two protests here. There were two protests hearings that were combined. One protest hearing was the renewal of the license, and the second one was a substantial change. Is the ANC contesting the renewal of the license?
So, thank you, sir. Was that for the ANC? Sorry.
Yes, I'm asking.
Okay.
Are you also because if you're not contesting the renewal of the license, then if you're, I'm trying to find out are we having a hearing on the renewal of the license and also the substantial change, or can we have agreement that the license can be renewed and then we can spend the rest of this hearing about the substantial change?
Yes, that would absolutely work for me. We started this a long time ago, but I think the substantial change is really what we want to focus on. We're not contesting the renewal.
All right, so it's my understanding, and I want the record to reflect that the ANC has stated that they are not contesting the renewal of the license. So would the ANC then drop its protest renewal on the renewal of the license?
Yes.
All right. And I assume that you're not going to have a problem with that, Mr. Martin?
We have no problem with that, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Handerhan. I mean, I'm just trying. I'm not trying to put in a box. I appreciate the fact because I'll try to make sure that we'll focus what the issues are. So
I appreciate that, sir.
All right, thank you. So the protestant has dropped its protest of the renewal of the license. So because that has been dropped, we will move forward. The agency will follow its proper procedures to renew the license, and I don't believe that since there's no protest, the protest has been dropped. That's by operation of law. We can move on there. All right. So the main issue then is the substantial change. All right. So what we will do. All right. So this is the way this process will work. We'll start off, and I've already done that. I've asked for preliminary matters, and I guess there's a preliminary matter that was addressed. So how this hearing on the substantial change will operate is that the applicant will have 5 minutes to make an opening statement. The protestant will then have 5 minutes to make an opening statement. After the applicant and the protestant has made their opening statement, then the board will call its witness. After the board's witness will testify, the board will ask questions of its witness. Once the board has asked questions of its witness, then the applicant will put on its case in chief. After the applicant has put on his case in chief and that the protestant will have an opportunity to cross-examine, then the protestant will put on its case in chief. The applicant will have an opportunity to cross-examine the protestant, and the board then will ask questions. After the applicant has rested, the protestant will then have an opportunity to present its case. Once the protestants have presented its case with cross-examination, then if there are any rebuttal witnesses that we can call rebuttal witness, then we'll do closing, and the applicant will do a closing statement, 5 minutes, protestant will a closing statement, 5 minutes, and then I will have procedures as other questions. Each side will have 1 hour to present your case, and so therefore, please be reminded that within the hour, if you cross-examine during the cross-examination of the other witness, that's taken away from your taken away from your time. So just be mindful that we have an hour. So this matter will probably last. We're going to be here for a couple of hours because since the board goes first, so the more questions that we ask, then that will determine how long the board, how long that case will last. All right, so the board will call its first witness, and the board will call Mr. George Garcia. Mr. Garcia, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? I cannot hear you, Mr. Garcia.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Can you state and spell your name for the record, please?
George, George, Garcia, Garcia.
And Mr. Garcia, where are you currently employed?
At the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
How long have you been employed by the agency?
It will be 2 years in February 19th of 2021.
And what is your role at the agency, sir?
I'm an investigator.
And what is it that an investigator do for the agency?
We conduct inspections and investigations of ABC licensed establishments in the District of Columbia.
Now, are you familiar with this establishment, Uproar?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with this establishment?
I was assigned a process investigation for the establishment.
All right, I know that Mr. So did there come a time that you wrote a report on this establishment and your findings?
Yes. Yes.
And let me ask you, so did you investigate both the renewal and the substantial change?
Correct, I did.
All right. Well, as you heard earlier, that the ANC is no longer challenging the renewal, so they're only challenging the substantial change. So therefore, when the questions that I'm going to ask and in going through your report, I then would like you to more expound on that portion of your report that talks about the substantial change. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So you said that it's correct that you did write a report on this matter. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I would like you to share your screen with us. So I will ask Ms. Andrews, can you please give him the ability to share his screen, please?
Sure, stand by. Mr. Garcia, you now have the rights to share your screen.
Thank you.
I'll also ask all parties, if you're not speaking, please mute your phone, please, okay? All right, Mr. Garcia, who did you speak to regarding the substantial change application in the sense? Have you did you have an opportunity to speak to both the protestant and the licensee and his or her representative?
Yes, I have. I did speak to the owner along with an ABC manager of the establishment.
And so can you tell us what information, if any, were you able to gather as a result of your investigation?
Well, I did speak for the ANC representative. It was different. Anita, give me 1 minute. Ms. Norman was originally the protestant representative for the ANC. And I did speak to her, and she did provide me with evidence as to the different reasoning and concerns with the establishment's substantial change.
So what
and I did
information?
speak.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm saying what information did she share with you?
The owner?
You said you spoke to Ms. Norman.
Oh, yes. She said that her concerns were based on that the establishment had previous damages to their rooftop, and that the rooftop in 2013 had collapsed at one point, and that the safety of patrons were being questioned.
All right. So, what information you spoke to? Did you have a? Did you speak to the ownership regarding the substantial change application?
I did, and on March 11th of 2020, I interviewed the owner, Tammy Trong, and who stated that the primary issues with the establishment was the roof deck collapsing. Well, not collapsing, she described it as shifting, which that issue was resolved. She said that the roof deck was fixed by contractors the following business day.
So what information were you able to find out?
On the roof, I haven't been able to really confirm whether there was an actual collapse of the deck. I just was able to confirm that there was a fix to the roof deck and that the establishment had been closed down or cited by DCRA because of these issues. And that the establishment were able to operate the following business day after the owner, Tammy, stated that the contractors had fixed the issues related to the roof deck.
All right, so what I'm going to do, and I know that because we're shifting gear a little bit, so just tell me what other information were you able to find about this establishment? I mean, just go through your report as you normally would with at a protest here, and just tell me what information you're able to find out about this establishment.
Okay. So originally, I interviewed the ANC representative, Anita Norman, who stated that the issues of the ANC, the main concerns, were for the safety of the patrons visiting the establishment. She said that the roof had a serious collapse in the summer of 2013, and that the ability to keep patrons safe were in question at the establishment. So I monitored the establishment about 18 times between the dates of February 27th of 2019 to December 30th of 2020, but there were no APRA violations found within either visits of mine to the establishment. And I know a lot of the concerns for the establishment, the protest issues, the formal complaints were that it would impact real property values, have an effect on peace, order, and quiet, to include noise and litter provisions, and also affect residential parking needs and vehicular and pedestrian safety. So for any of the times that I've monitored the establishment, I didn't observe any trash, parking, or loitering issues at the establishment during, before, or after the establishment's hours of operations. Due to the pandemic, the establishment was frequently closed after between March and April of 2020. But the establishment had no mayor's order violations within their history.
All right, let me ask you a question. I'm going to change it a little bit. I apologize for that. So tell me, what other establishments are what other establishments are within the vicinity of this of the uproar?
Okay, so there are 42 ABC establishments. Give me 1 minute. Okay, so there are 42 ABC establishments within 1,200 feet of uproar. And
Now, do you know, as far as the substantial change, I think they're asking for, what is it that, as far from your perspective, for the substantial change, what it is that the establishment is asking for?
To increase the occupancy.
From what to what? You know?
I'm not entirely sure of the numbers of what numbers they're increasing their occupancy by, but I know that currently, give me 1 minute. Just looking for the regulatory inspection. Because I conducted a regulatory inspection at the establishment, and on there I noted and documented the establishment's occupancy, current occupancy of each floor, which I felt, my personal opinion, was a little short of what they can have. I actually don't have the regulatory inspection at hand. I'm sorry.
Now, is this was this the occupancy for the entire building or the occupancy for the rooftop? Which one was it that they're asking for?
Just for the rooftop, from my understanding, the rooftop was approximately anywhere between 30 to 40 people. Their current occupancy.
All right. Now, with the and this might take you a couple of minutes to look at that. The other establishments that are in the vicinity, do they have? How many of the establishments are you aware that they have rooftop access? If you're able to answer that question.
14 out of the 42 ABC establishments within 1,200 feet, 14 have summer gardens.
Okay. All right. What was the nature of your conversation with the licensee regarding the substantial change application?
It was just in reference to the occupancy, how they've been having issues with DCRA and being able to increase their occupancy because they felt like the occupancy was very low from what they had. So I did let the licensee know that ABRA only issues an occupancy if it's approved by DCRA. So whatever the occupancy, the certificate of occupancy says is exactly what ABRA is gonna approve them for and nothing more. So I did advise her that she needed to go update her certificate of occupancy just to make sure and be able to get a substantial change.
No, so did the establishment ever provide you with an updated certificate of occupancy?
No.
All right. Can you describe the this establishment Uproar for us?
So Exhibit 7 is a photo of the outside of the establishment, the white building with the front wooding, 639. And
hold on a minute, let me find Exhibit 7. All right. So what can you describe the building? Describe what is in the picture, what is in Exhibit 7, please.
Okay. So in Exhibit 7, it's just the front of the establishment, the exterior. It's a white building, just detailing the address and documenting that this is the outside and exterior of the establishment.
Now, do you have any other pictures in your exhibit that would show us the rooftop?
Yes, I do.
And what exhibit is that?
Exhibit 23.
So please,
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that's Exhibit 25.
So can you tell,
Yes, Exhibit 25 is a photograph of the exterior summer garden facing the street level. So I'm taking the photo, my back is toward the establishment, and I'm taking the photo at toward the street. So you can see the next building on across the street.
is that the only photograph that you have of the exterior?
No, Exhibit 24 is also a picture of the wall of the exterior rooftop deck.
Okay. Do you know what?
And then exhibits, I'm sorry, there's more.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Exhibits 26 and 27 are also photographs of the exterior of the rooftop deck.
Okay. Is that the extent of the exhibits?
Yeah, that's the extent of the rooftop, the roof deck exhibits.
Now, do you know what are the hours for the summer garden?
Yeah. Okay, so the hours for the summer garden are Sunday. The hours of operation are 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. And I'm sorry, that's 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. from Sunday to Thursday. And then on Friday, it's 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. That's for Friday and Saturday.
What about what about call service? Were you able to find any information regarding this establishment?
Call for service. Give me 1 minute. Okay, so on Tuesday, March 20th, I requested crime service for 639 to 641 Florida Avenue Northwest for the dates of March 2019 to March of 2020. And there were approximately 25 calls for service for the address. However, none of the calls required ABRA's attention or resulted in any ABRA violations. I also noted that there were no, the ABRA records revealed that there were no history of complaints as it was related to noise for that address either.
Now, did you have an opportunity to speak to the current Mr. Handaran, who's the current ANC commissioner regarding this protest?
No, I have not.
All right. Is there anything else that you want to add? All right. All right, thank you. You can close your screen. Are there any questions of Mr. Garcia by any board members?
Mr. Short, I'd like to speak, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Short.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia. Investigator.
Good afternoon, Mr. Short.
Okay, I just kind of curious about the roof collapse and the repairs and DCRA's report on the collapse. Were you able to get any of that for the record for ABRA?
I did not obtain, I wasn't able to obtain the DCRA report on their behalf.
So what year was the collapse?
The summer of 2017.
And what was the occupancy during that period of time? What was the occupancy for the rooftop when it collapsed?
The occupancy, give me 1 minute. The occupancy was the same.
70. Is that correct?
Give me 1 minute. Let me just confirm that.
Thank you.
Correct.
Okay. So it was 70 when they had the collapse or failure of the building to withstand the 70 people on the top. Is that correct?
Yes. You said 70 total occupancy for the summer garden?
For the rooftop.
Yeah.
And so I just need to ask you this question. Were you a little curious that they had a collapse on that rooftop and now they want to put 200 people up there? Did that come to your mind that maybe the building couldn't stand that kind of weight?
I was curious about it, but I'm not really knowledgeable on how not occupancy, but how much a certain building can hold. So I wasn't putting an input onto it. I was just giving DCRA the correct information that they needed on ABRA's part so that they can inform me. But at that part, I hadn't got the information that I needed to put in my report.
Okay. Now, your testimony was also that you said in your personal opinion, you think they can get more people up there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well,
because the rooftop deck is one portion of the establishment, and then it branches out to another side inside the establishment. So it's pretty long, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. So forgive me for cutting you off, but so if 70 people caused a collapse in 2014, what has changed to make them consider the 200 up to now?
It was 17. It was 2017. It's my understanding.
Well, I'm looking at some information that was sent to me. What is the current load for the rooftop?
The current what?
The current capacity for the rooftop.
99.
Currently.
99.
Okay. And so what investigation, if any, did you do when they asked, because you also testified that DCRA would not give them a C of O, certificate of occupancy, for 200. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if it wasn't given to them. It was never provided to me.
So
if they were issued a new certificate of occupancy, because the current occupancy at the time of my visit for the regulatory inspection didn't allow them that much.
How much did it allow? The one that you're familiar with?
That I am familiar with, on the first floor, it was 30.
No, please forgive me. I'm talking about the rooftop, just the rooftop, the capacity for the rooftop.
The capacity for the rooftop, it was between 30 to 40 people at that time.
So
at the time of the regulatory inspection.
So that's all they can have up there legally now, correct?
I'm not sure what they have now at this point. I'm not sure if they obtained a new certificate of occupancy.
Okay, but it was, give me the number again. When you did your regulatory inspection, what was the capacity that you saw for the certificate of occupancy?
30 to 40.
And what date was that?
It was March 11th, I'm sorry, March 6th of 2020.
Okay. And you did inform them that you as an Arbor person could not up that number on any of our licenses until they went back to DCRA and got the number changed on their certificate of occupancy. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's a very excellent report you did, and thanks for those excellent answers. Thank you, sir. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Garcia, I need you to, I'm sorry, I need you to go to exhibit 28.
Mm-hmm.
What's exhibit 28?
28 is the a photo, copy of the establishment's liquor license.
So what's the capacity for the Summer Garden on exhibit 28?
At that time, it was 99.
So I'm curious. I don't understand the numbers. You said to Mr. Short 30, 40. So I'm trying to figure out where those numbers come from.
Those numbers were on the certificate of occupancy.
For what date? For what date?
I'm sorry, what do you mean by what date?
No, you're saying what certificate of occupancy? No, because exhibit 28. Exhibit 28 says the certificate that the total capacity is 99. So if the and what is I'm sorry, what again is exhibit 28?
Exhibit 28 is a copy of the ABRA license.
And what date was this?
March 12th of 2020.
And this document that was issued by ABRA says 99. I'm just trying to get the numbers straight from our testimony, because I don't know. Is there a document in the record that verifies when you said that you thought that the Summer Garden was 30 or 40? Is there any documents in the record that supports that?
There should be my regulatory inspection in that PDF file, but it doesn't happen to be there. So I'm actually, it's not in that PDF file. But a regulatory inspection was conducted.
Is there any mention in your report about the occupancy of the Summer Garden? You said that your regulatory inspection is not there, but I'm just saying, are there any, is there any mention anywhere in your report about the occupancy of the Summer Garden?
Give me 1 minute. No. Not in my report. It was detailed in my regulatory inspection.
But your regulatory inspection is not attached to this report that's disclosed for this hearing today. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Are there any questions? Any questions by any board members? Do you have a question, Ms. Crockett? Or are you just moving your hand? No. Okay. All right. Mr. Martin, do you have any questions for the investigator?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Garcia, I want to ask you about something you testified to. Mr. Garcia, did you say that when you talked with Commissioner Norman, she said she had concerns about safety?
Correct.
Directing your attention to your report, pages 21 and 22. We could start with page 21. Do you see it there, transmittal of commission of actions to ABRA? Exhibit
Yeah.
1. Okay. This is the charging document that the ANC issues for these matters, correct?
Correct.
Looking at you see midway, not even midway down the page, there's an X. It says protest based on the effect on real property values, the effect on peace, order, and quiet, including the noise and litter provisions, and the effect upon residential parking needs and vehicular pedestrian safety.
Correct.
Very well. You would agree there that there's no mention of concerns about a roof deck?
Correct.
You'd agree that there's no mention of concern about the safety of patrons?
Correct.
So you would agree then that, at least at the outset of this, those alleged concerns of Ms. Norman were not in the charging document, correct?
Yes, it's not in the charging document.
And then directing your attention to within your exhibit, page 17. Are you there, Mr. Garcia?
Yes, I am.
Looking at these, on page 17, you investigated whether there was noise heard in residential areas, correct?
Correct.
And you found no violations, correct?
Correct.
And you found no loitering, correct?
Correct.
And section C, you did not observe any criminal activity or identify any ABRA violations at Uproar, correct?
I did not, correct.
Very well. And looking at the record search, you found there's no history of complaints as it relates to noise at Uproar, correct?
Correct.
So you found no violation at Uproar based on the charge, what was mentioned in the charging document, correct?
Correct.
Now, you had stated that the occupancy you observed there seemed a little short of what could have been expected. Is that a fair statement? Is that what you testified to?
Correct.
And what did you base that statement upon?
Just a visual.
Okay. Have you been in other establishments for comparison?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And did your experience in other establishments play any role in making the assessment that you did?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Sure, I'll restate the question. In other establishments of similar size, did they appear to have the same occupancy levels as at Uproar?
I can't recall.
Very well. Very well. I have no other questions.
Mr. Henderham, do you have any questions that you want to ask Mr. Garcia?
Mr. Garcia, thank you so much for your report and your presentation. I'm just curious if you're familiar with, you note in your report that there are a number of other establishments within immediate vicinity of Uproar that have summer gardens. Are you familiar with the size of any of those summer gardens?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Do you know if those summer gardens have settlement agreements?
Give me 1 minute. I can let you know that out of the 42 establishments within 1,200 feet of the establishment, 19 of which have settlement agreements. I can't recall. I'm not sure how many have rooftop decks or summer gardens.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm thinking. I'm trying to figure if I have any other questions I want to ask this witness before I dismiss them. Mr. Garcia, just one last. When did you write your report? When did you write this report?
March of 2020. Give me 1 minute. It was submitted. December of 2020.
In December? All right. All right, Mr. Garcia. All right, thank you very much for your testimony today. All right.
Thank you.
All right. All right, Mr. Martin, do you have a witness you want to call?
Yes, but at this time, we'd move for what this body might consider judgment as a matter of law. Mr. Chairman, here we have a case where the charging document failed to give notice of any safety issue concerning the rooftop deck, and with Mr. Garcia's clear testimony, he has found, after investigating the things alleged in the charging document, that none of them were substantiated. Accordingly, we'd ask that you fine for uproar and that the protest be dismissed.
All right, Mr. Hanneran, I mean, do you have a response you want to make before I weigh in?
Sure, thank you. You know, as I'm sure the board knows, the ANCs are limited to what we're allowed to select for a protest, and so we can't just you know, pick anything that we would want to focus on. What we're focused on is the noise element, which is peace and quiet, and that's again why we're here and why we're concerned about the substantial change request to the size of the summer garden.
All right, Mr. Martin, maybe I'm confused why we're here today, okay? And so if I'm confused, maybe you can educate me while we're here today. When this hearing started, we had two protests. One protest was on the renewal of the license, and the parties agreed that the ANC was not challenging the renewal, so the license is being renewed. But there is another protest that all the parties agreed that there was a protest. And what was that protest? The protest is substantial change. Your client requested from this agency for a substantial change. And it's my assumption the substantial change was to increase the occupancy of the rooftop. Is that right? And so therefore, once an ABC establishment requests a substantial change, if it's deemed a substantial change by the board, it is subject to protest. The ANC has protested it. I don't think there's any confusion on anyone's part that the ANC has contested that substantial change. The burden is on you, sir, to come to the board, put evidence to say, why is it that the agency should approve your substantial change? Now, because you go first, you have the burden. You haven't presented any information. I can't make a determination. I mean, all I have here is that you put an application. You put an application for a substantial change. I have not heard any evidence. I mean, the board sends its investigators to go out and to investigate it. It's not a charging document per se for us to say because it's not in the charging document, so therefore there's they're not sustaining their burden. Now, after you present your evidence why you believe that the board should approve the substantial change, after the ANC has presented its information, in closing, if you want to make that argument, but that's not an argument to make at this time. I've not heard anything, so I'm gonna not deny your motion because it's an improper motion to make, because you have requested from your client has requested something from this board, and you have not presented any information to this board to state why this agency should approve your substantial change application. Okay?
Very well. We call Ms. Strong.
All right. Ms. Strong, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You need to get closer to the microphone, ma'am. I can't hear you. So you need to speak up, bring the microphone closer to you so we can hear you. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Your witness.
Thank you. Ms. Trung, can you state for the, well, are you familiar with, do you know, Ms. Trung, what is the occupant, can you describe your current certificate of occupancy for Uproar?
I currently have one certificate.
Ms. Trung, get closer to the microphone, please. Or turn the volume of the microphone up. Your voice is too low. I need to hear. We have a court reporter who has to transcribe everything that you're saying. So please speak up, ma'am.
Okay. My current certificate of occupancy states that I have a total of 267 as follows, 21 seats. And what is it? Yeah, I'm going to let him read it.
May I read to you the current certificate?
I'm sorry, sir, you can't, sir, Mr. Thornton, you can't speak, sir. You're not, hold on. Mr. Thornton, no.
Okay.
No. You can't show her anything. You can't talk to her. She's the only one who's testifying. So what I'll ask you to do, sir, can you kind of move away a little bit out of camera range? So you're the only, Ms. Strong, you are the witness. If you're supposed to testify from your personal knowledge. If you don't have any knowledge, then you can't answer the question. So I don't need you to look at him. He can't feed you any information, ma'am. I need you to testify. Your attorney is asking you a question, and I need from your own recollection, ma'am, I don't know where you're looking. Look in the camera at us, ma'am. I'm looking at you. When I see you looking to the side, that tells me that someone is giving you information. So I need you to look squarely ahead in the camera. And when Mr. Martin asks you a question, you look in it. Unless he refers you to some specific document, you shouldn't have any document in front of you to look at. Okay, so if it's a document that's disclosed and he refers you to a specific document, that's when I need you. So I need you to, if he did not refer you to any document, then you need to move the document away. You sit, look in the camera, and talk to us. And I don't want you, ma'am, I don't want you to look aside, look at someone else, because that tells me that someone beside you is giving you information. If we were not doing this here virtually, you would be sitting in a witness box in front of me, and I would be looking directly at you. And that's what I want to do. We're doing it virtually. So I need to look at you directly. You need to look directly in the camera. So I know that you are talking to us and you're not getting any information from anyone that's beside you. Okay? Do we understand each other?
Understood.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, what's the question you're asking this witness?
Thank you. Ms. Trung, what is the current occupancy of your current certificate of occupancy?
It's 267.
And of those 267, how many are allowed on the roof?
200.
And when was that certificate of occupancy issued to Uproar?
September 7th, 2017.
Understood. You were you present for the testimony of Mr. Garcia?
I was, yes.
And did you hear his testimony about your certificate of occupancy?
Yes.
How is it that your current certificate of occupancy was issued in 2017, but the one referenced by Mr. Garcia as exhibit one moment. The one referenced by Mr. Garcia was issued in just give me 1 second. In 2020, on March 12, 2020. Or rather, the ABRA license he was referencing was issued March 12, 2020.
So I've been issued 2 certificate of occupancy. The reason for this is because of the covenant agreement that conjoins 2 buildings. I was issued 2, one for the building for 639 and one that is for 641. So for the rooftop expansion, it's a different certificate that labels that I'm allowed to have 200. And my other certificate will label for 639 that I'm allowed to have 34 on the 2nd floor and vice versa on the 1st floor, I believe 27. So this is the confusion between the two certificate of occupancy license. So when we have inspectors come in and look, they're confused why the 2. But this is how we were issued the certificate of occupancy. At that time, I had 2.
Okay. There was reference to, in Mr. Garcia's testimony, there was reference to a incident on your roof in the summer of 2017. Are you familiar with what he was talking about?
Yes.
Okay, what was he talking about?
He was asking information, more detail about it, and then I said that it was the situation was resolved. It happened on June 12th, 2017, and we had a structural engineer come in to resolve it and address it with DCRA, and then the next day we were allowed to open again. And it was a simple improper installation by the contractor on the Simpson brackets. And
Okay.
it was it was in a collapse, and it was on the building of 641 where construction was done. So I think by evacuation, people misunderstood that the whole building, the whole roof shifted.
When, at the time of the shift you've described, how long was Uproar closed?
We were not closed any day. We were open by the next day.
Okay.
We did an emergency meeting with the DCRA and the fire marshals, and Jay here he was part of that to meet down at the DCRA to resolve the issues that morning at 9 a.m. with the landlords also.
Very well. And since the incident in 2017, have there been any similar shifts or collapses or other structural issues with the roof?
No.
And has Uproar been shut down by Abra at any time for any time since the collapse for any unsafe structures having to do with the roof?
No.
Okay. Just for the record, why did Uproar seek a substantial change in this matter?
So let me begin. I submitted a substantial change or increase in 2017, the beginning of 2017, and I was approved. At that time, we were in the process of submitting our BZA for expansion of the rooftop. And I went back to talk to Mr. Michael Stewart, who is my assigned licensed ABRA specialist. And I specified that I did not know the total occupancy because we didn't know how the BZA would calculate the numbers. And he understood, and he issued me a letter that he understands my situation, and it's confirmed that I was approved, and it was based upon approval was waiting pending on when my certificate of occupancy was issued. So whenever I obtain my certificate of occupancy, I just turn it in, and then the final numbers will be issued for the liquor license. So when I submitted once I obtained my occupancy license, and when I submitted it to ABRA, and I just took, it was Jay who went and submitted for me, but when he submitted, they issued, ABRA issued the license, and when he brought it back to me, I realized the occupancy number that is on the ABRA license did not match the certificate of occupancy at all. And it still had the same old number from my previous, which is capacity of 101. It was never corrected. And I went back a week later and addressed it to the license specialist, and they told me it's okay. As long as you have your certificate of occupancy, it will reflect it. No problem. And to me, it just didn't make sense, but they gave me the assurance that that was not a problem. So I figure maybe when I go and renew my license, or when I go pay my fees, I'll bring it up again. I did it 3 times, and I was told 3 times that you're okay, until I had an inspector come in, and they wanted to cite me, and they were confused by the 2 certificate of occupancy with the liquor license that it was previously with the same capacity, not showing and reflecting what my certificate of occupancy that allows 200 on the roof. So I went back to my specialist. Her name is Ms. Karen Jackson. I brought her the issue, what I want this to be corrected and fixed. And she started to draw up numbers, and she said, well, I can only give you up to 99. We went from 99 to 199. And then after that, she said, we can't issue you another one. You're gonna have to submit a letter requesting the board to increase the number, then I can change it. But I told Ms. Karen, ma'am, it should have been corrected from day one. The moment that I submitted in September 7, 2017, that should have been the time that you corrected it. Why are you making me submit a letter requesting the board to increase this substantial change? And she said it was a mistake and I can't correct it. Catch up the board on what had occurred. But that's the reason why I submitted the letter. Because of the mishap and the misunderstanding. But my original substantial application I submitted was back in May 29th in 2016. It was approved I believe it was approved on March 28, 2017, pending, waiting on my certificate of occupancy. That was done way back then. But upon issuing the license, this is the problem that I had. It wasn't properly issued, and I have a receipt and a certificate that has been issued 3 times with 3 different numbers. And the last one I have of the license is issued at $199 for the rooftop. And if I wanted to increase it, I have to, I guess you guys put it on a different tier, because once it passes over 200 or something, it's a different tier of payment. And I told Ms. Jackson, I didn't care about payment. I just want it to be corrected. I want it to be done with what is mirrors my application and my documents.
Very well.
So this has been a problem since 2017 that I've been trying to get corrected.
Understood. Is there anything you'd like to add to your testimony?
No.
Very well. I have no other questions.
Mr. Hendren, you can ask your questions, please.
Hi, Ms. Strong. Thank you so much for being here today. I know we haven't gotten a chance to meet, but I am a big fan of Uproar, and I'm looking forward to resolving this issue. So, you know, the ANC is, so as we talked about earlier today, you know, we've dropped the interest in, you know, protesting the renewal of your license. I think that Uproar is a really important institution. I think what we're concerned about is noise. So can you just talk to me a little bit about what you think the projected impact between taking the size of the roof deck that you currently have to the 199 or 200? I'm still not totally sure what you think that impact will be.
So if you're talking about impact, I have been operating at 200 on the rooftop for the last 4 years. So because I was told from Abra that I have 2 certificate of occupancy, that's what I need to operate on, not so much the liquor license that was issued, because the certificate of occupancy trumps my liquor license. So I've been operating for the last 4 years, 200 on the roof, which is stated on my certificate of occupancy. So as far as like when you're saying impact, we have a lot of customers that live within the neighborhood. We are sensitive and we want to work with our neighbors. What I can tell you what we do is, one, we do not have our speakers out on the deck. Myself and my security, we do sound meter check every other hour. We walk around the neighborhood 1 to 2 blocks to make sure there's no conversation noise if it was coming from us that projects and travels through the alleys. So we do our due diligence, and we make sure that when people leave, they leave safely, they jump into Uber out front, and everybody goes home happy. Now, as far as like the impact, I'm not sure, because there are other businesses around me. We're on an industrial zone, and next door to me is a nightclub, and their rooftop is what is called a sky dome rooftop. The flaps on the top of the rooftop actually opens up like a butterfly. So when noise comes up, it just spreads all around and lands wherever, I don't know, 200 feet away. But for us, we are mindful of the community, and if we get a complaint, we immediately address the issues.
Okay, thank you. So you mentioned, so does Uproar have a settlement agreement right now?
We do not.
Okay. Do you know if, sorry, are you familiar with the details of the settlement agreement at Flash?
I'm not familiar at all.
Okay. So are you, aware of the conversations that Mr. Martin and I have been having around a settlement agreement for upward to in the past 5 weeks since I've been a commissioner?
And Mr. Martin, this is, you're an attorney, so you need to object to this, sir. This is not me supposed to interject. You're supposed to object to this. And the reason why I'm objecting, we cannot discuss settlement discussions at these hearings. We cannot discuss what occurred in mediations and what discussions that parties had at settlements. That's why I'm interjecting, because that is improper. And so that is up to you, Mr. Martin, to object to that line of questioning. So you cannot ask at these hearings, we cannot have conversations about what happened at mediation or what happened during settlement discussions, okay?
Yes, we object for the record. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Chair. Sorry, I'm 5 weeks into being an ANC, so I am learning.
I'm fine. I'm an attorney, and I'm hard on attorneys. I give more flexibility to people who are non-attorneys, and that's one of the reasons why I called out Mr. Martin, because as an attorney, there are just certain things that I expect from attorneys. I'm not saying he's not doing it. I'm just saying that's why I did that. So when lay people ask these questions, I will make sure that I point out to lay folks that you cannot discuss mediation discussions at mediations, and you cannot discuss settlement discussions at hearings because they're all confidential. And that's all. That's the only reason why I'm doing that. Okay, sir? All right.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Can you describe a little bit more about the noise mitigation that you currently have in place, Ms. Trump?
I don't understand your question. The noise mitigation?
Sure, so you had talked about the speakers.
Oh yeah, we do not have speakers on the outside deck. We have partial of the roof, it's enclosed. So we have music play on the back end of it, and around the back of our side, it's all cinder block and it's all enclosed. So it's a barrier that protects any noise behind us, to the east of us, and the west of us. And behind us is a parking lot and Howard Hospital. So we do walk around with sound meters to make sure that we do not generate any more than 50 to 60 decimal on sounds that projects around the neighborhood.
Okay, great. Would you describe the type of live entertainment that you have on the roof deck, please?
So we have like a DJ. I have an endorsement for live entertainment since 2014. So we have DJs on there. And sometimes we have fundraiser events when someone needs a microphone just to speak. But it's in the back end, and our speakers are elevated off the ground from it, protecting from any vibrations. And occasionally we'll play, what we have is like a karaoke video play, Juke Vision, that you can choose your music. So that if we don't have a DJ, that's played through the TV.
Okay, great. And you sometimes project, is it true, sometimes project like TV shows that are shown to?
That is correct. Sometimes we have movie nights on Wednesdays or Tuesdays. And if we have someone that needs to do a presentation or a fundraiser, we'll put it on the projector, and it bounces off the wall of Flash, the nightclub next to us. They have a great big white wall. So we just use their wall for the projection.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to establish some of that. So can you clarify, are you seeking this substantial, so talking about the substantial change, can you clarify it's for 199 or 200 total?
So nutshell, in a nutshell, it should have always been 200 on the roof. And from day one, when I turned in my certificate of occupancy. What Ms. Karen Jackson did was she issued at 199 because there's a threshold. If you go over 200, it puts you in a different tier of payment for Abra. And that's why she couldn't make it over 200. So the question is, why is it not issued properly in the first place in 2017? So for me to submit this letter, that was a recommendation by Ms. Jackson to write a letter, and she sat there and scribbled all the numbers for me to state how it needs to read so that the board can see it and correct it, instead of her correcting it.
So I'm having a little trouble following, and it might be because I'm really new. So is that an Abra correction that needs to be made?
That is correct.
Okay. So I'd like to also ask you about some of the neighboring jurisdictions, and if you're aware of any other establishment in the corridor that has a 200-person capacity or 199-person capacity without a settlement agreement.
I do not know.
Okay. I went in. So you're requesting the substantial change to 200 for the roof. Can you talk a little bit about the capacity inside?
I don't know what to discuss. I mean, I'm here to interject to Abra to show them like the backtracks that I have to do to verify the occurrence, which I shouldn't even have to be at this escalated to this point. But as far as like the rooftop, I'm allowed to have 200 upstairs. On the second floor, I'm allowed to have 40. Which my certificate of occupancy right now is 267. So part of like the confusion for Ms. Karen was I brought two certificate and she said, I can't issue you two license. I said, well, I think you should just combine numbers. She said, well, I can't do that either. So I had to go back to DCRA to try to ask them, how do you help me fix this? And they're like, no, this is how it's issued. So it was this back and forth. And we finally, our last time when I had to meet with Miss Anita for our mediation, we finally said, I met with Miss Karen Jackson right after, and I said, what does it take for you to help us fix this? And so we came to the conclusion, she said, if you can go down to DCA or DCRA, have that corrected to one certificate, I'll issue you the license. My last license actually shows 267 total. So I have 4 license issued in different numbers, but my last one, my liquor license is issued 267. And then she had emailed my lawyer and said, I have to withdraw that last license is because until you submit to get a substantial approval from the board, then I can reissue you the correct number.
Okay.
And I even paid, I paid 900. She demanded 900. I paid 900 on that day, October 1st. And I requested a refund and I still haven't got a refund.
Okay, thank you. I still remain a little confused, and it sounds like you might as well around the actual occupancy that's both being requested by the substantial change, what is existing, and you know, what that impact might be on the community. And so
it's not really confusing. It's very simple. My application was approved back in 2017. I come into Abra, I submit my certificate of occupancy. That's when Abra should issue the license with the correct number that mirrors my certificate of occupancy. That never happened. And it has been a battle for me for the last 4 years to try to get it correct. And this was the last resort that Ms. Jackson recommended me to do, was to submit a letter to request for increase of substantial change, which I didn't really need to have to do in the first place.
Got it. So I do think that's a little confusing, but thank you. And I appreciate the history there, because I know there is a lot of history with the capacity. And I have no further questions.
All right. Okay, Ms. Trump, I'm confused, and I'm going to tell you why I'm confused. And maybe you can clarify. Did you see, have you seen a copy of the report that Mr. Garcia just testified, the protest report?
From Mr. Garcia?
Yeah, the report that the board wrote, that Mr. Garcia wrote, was that shared with you? Do you have a copy of that, Mr. Martin?
I don't recall.
Mr. Martin, do you have a copy?
I do.
Do you have the ability to share your screen with us? If you have that, do you have that document online?
No, I don't have it online.
Is Mr. Garcia still on still online?
No, he's not.
This is one of the problems when we do this thing, when we do this virtually. The problem that I'm having is that Exhibit 28 that Mr. Garcia testified on before, it's your license. Okay? It's a license that was issued on March 12, 2020, and it expires on September 30th, 2022.
Mm-hmm.
That's the license that I'm looking at.
Okay.
And that license says that your summer garden total occupancy is 99. That is Exhibit 28. So what license are you talking about that says another number? I don't know what, I mean, in the party's disclosure, Mr. Martin, did you disclose a copy of her license that has different numbers? I'm confused. The only document that I have in front of me, which is the only document, is that it says, I have your license in front of me, and maybe there's another license. The license that I have, it says Uproar 639 to 641 Florida Avenue. It has your license number is 092012. And I guess let me look to see if that's the correct license that's attached to this case.
I'm not sure if you're able to.
Hold on.
Right here. See that number? I don't know if you can see it.
And so what's the date on this document?
This is February 12, 2020. And the capacity is 267, and my summer garden is 200.
So that's February 2020. That's February 2020. Is that correct?
February 2020, and
when does that license expire?
September 30th, 2022.
And what is your license number? What's the license number that's listed on that document?
092012. I can show you 3 more licenses in a different number.
What other license do you have, ma'am?
Okay. So this one, this was issued April 10th, 2018, and it says my capacity is 101 and my summer garden is 74. And my next one was issued September 7th, 2017, a capacity of 101 with a summer garden of 74. I have another one issued October 1st, 2019 for a capacity of 199 and my summer garden at 99.
So what's the date of this one?
This one is dated October 1st, 2019.
And when does this license expire? When on this certificate of, when does this one say that it expires?
September 30th, 2022. They all have the same expiration date, but this certificate, when it's issued, is a different date. And the one I just shared with you on the placard that I have, this one was issued February 12th, 2020, capacity of 267, and my summer garden 200. So
no,
a total
I'm sorry, but
issue in 4 years.
But what do you have one that's dated March 2020? Mr. Martin, can you look at Exhibit 28 for me, please?
Yes, I've got it in front of me now.
And what is Exhibit 28, since you have in front of you?
It says that is the Abro license for Uproar.
Do you have a license, ma'am, that's dated after March 2020?
After?
Ms. Kwong, after March, are all the licenses you have, do you have a license that's dated after March 2020?
Yes, I do. I just.
Which one? What's the date of that? What's the date of that document?
Sure. It's the recent, oh, this one's February 12th, 2020. That was issued.
But so you do not have a license dated March 20. You don't have a license dated March 2020.
I do not.
Which is the latest, which the document that was disclosed in Mr. Garcia's report.
Sir, if you can read that date again, I'm 100% sure Mr. Garcia did not see any license that.
I just asked you a question. The document that was disclosed in Mr. Garcia's report. I asked you, it's Exhibit 28. Exhibit 28. Exhibit 28. Let me go back to Exhibit 28. Exhibit 28 that was disclosed by the agency as your license that's dated March 12, 2020. It has Uproar. The Abra license is 092012, which you confirm. It says that the capacity is 166, and it says that your summer garden capacity is 99. And this is a document that's dated March 2020, and your expiration date, 9/30/2022. So all the other documents that you have, I don't know where, because you're saying you have a document, you're looking at a license that was issued that was dated in February and one in November, but I don't know where the error, I don't know what error, but the only document that I have in front of me is Exhibit 28. And Exhibit 28 states that the occupancy of a summer garden is 99. So so when did you file the substantial change application?
So that substantial was back in 2016.
No, I'm sorry. The hearing that we have today, there are two protests. The protest is on the renewal of your license and the substantial change application. When did you file this substantial change application?
I filed it in 2016.
Ma'am, if you filed this application in 2016, we would not be having it here in 2021.
So this one was October 1st of 2020.
So October 1st of 2020 was when the placard was out to say that you're requesting a substantial change. And the substantial change from what? From what numbers to what numbers? Your certificate of occupancy that you have, what is the number on the certificate of occupancy that you got from DCRA?
The certificate of occupancy I have is 267.
And when is that certificate of occupancy issued? When was this issued by DCRA?
September 7th, 2017.
I'm sorry?
September 7th, 2017.
It said 267. And what was the occupancy for, where was the occupancy for the summer garden?
It's September 7th, 2017.
No, I'm saying, did DCRA issue a certificate of occupancy that said that you can have 267 people in your summer garden?
Yes, sir. September 7th, 2017.
So what was the certificate of occupancy for the entire establishment?
So
Can I interject somewhere, please?
I'm sorry, no, sir, you cannot interject. You're not, sir, you cannot interject. You're not a witness. You're not testifying. You're not on the oath. If Mr. Martin wants you to testify, he will call you as a witness, sir. So no, you cannot interject. Ms. Strong is the only person who's a witness. She's on oath and she's being cross-examined by the board, sir.
So
And please, I'm sorry. I am not gonna point this out again to you, sir. You cannot interject. You cannot show her anything. You cannot speak to her. Your attorney will call you if he wants you to testify, sir.
Okay. So my first certificate that was issued by DCRA once I finished the BZA process was September 7, 2017. I was issued where my certificate reads as 639-641 Florida Avenue. And it states for rooftop with an occupancy of 200 in 2017. I went back to DCRA to see if they can correct it to help ABRA collaborate the numbers together. And they were able to issue me one certificate with the total number, so it's not confusing, with a total of 267, with 200 being on the roof and 29 on the first floor and 38 on the second floor.
And when was this certificate of occupancy issued?
September 7, 2017.
No, I thought you said you went back to DCRA.
Yes, so I went back in October 1st, the same, I'm sorry, wait, when was mediation? Mediation, how was it? Mediation. I believe mediation on February the 3rd, 2020. After a meeting with Miss Anita, I met with Miss Karen Jackson.
Yeah, you said that you went back to DCRA for them to give you one certificate of occupancy so it will correct the numbers. So did DCRA issue a certificate of occupancy after September 7th, 2017?
They did, yes, they did.
And when was that issued and what does it say? What does it state?
It states 267 with 200 on the roof, 29 on the first floor and 38 on the second floor.
And when was this issued?
This was I know that we went there October 1st, 2020. The same day that I submitted.
And when was that?
In 2020.
So you went back to DCRA in October of 2020,
Yes.
and DCRA issued a certificate of occupancy that says that the total occupancy of the summer garden is what number now?
267.
267.
So what they did was they took my certificate occupancy for the building 639 and for the building 641 and conjoined it to make it more readable for fire marshals, for Abra, for everyone. Instead of having two certificates, that's confusing.
And so you took this, this new certificate of occupancy back to Abra, and you asked them to change your license because your license states what number?
No, it's not stating the numbers. It's just, I have two certificates and I expressed to them how hard it was for me to explain this when I have inspections or even trying to obtain the correct number on my liquor license. And so they had to take it upon themselves to see if it could be done where they can conjoin the two together and issue me one certificate.
Let me ask you a question, ma'am. What are your hours on your license? What are your hours of operation? What are your hours to sell alcohol? What are your hours of operation on your license?
On my operations is 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. and the only days it changes on Sunday, which is 8 a.m. to 2 a.m.
So suppose DCRA tells you that you can operate from 8 a.m. to 5 a.m. What time would you operate? Your Abra license told you can operate from 8 a.m. to 3 a.m., but you went to DCRA and DCRA told you that you can operate from 8 a.m. to 5 a.m. What time would you operate till?
3.
Why would you operate to 3? Why not 5 a.m.?
Because I am abiding by the liquor laws, not by, we're talking about occupancy. You're talking about liquor sales.
No, ma'am, I'm asking you, answer the question that I asked you. So aren't you aware, isn't it correct that you're supposed to abide by the numbers on your ABC license, not by what, not the numbers on your certificate of occupancy, but the numbers that's on your license. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. And when I submit for my increase of substantial change in 2016, that was the time where it should have reflect my certificate occupancy and my approved application in 2017.
But the thing that still confused me, where if you applied for a substantial change in 2016, you never got the license until September 2017. So therefore, Abra couldn't give you a number. Abra could not have given you the 267 on your license until at least after September of 2017, when you had a certificate of occupancy from DCRA that says 267. So
yes,
that's what I understand. I don't understand you're talking about 2016.
I submitted to increase in 2016. In 2017, I went through the BZA process to expand the roof. And I went back to Mr. I believe his name is Michael Stewart, and I showed him the schematics of the building and what we were doing. He gave me a letter approval that he understands the situation, and it was pending based on when my certificate of occupancy was going to be issued then it will reflect on that number. But my application was approved back in 2016.
But when did you take the certificate of occupancy back to Abra? When you were issued this, you applied in 2016. You said that Mr. Stewart stated that he wrote you a letter, he couldn't approve a number until you got a certificate of occupancy. So when did you take this new certificate of occupancy and provide it to Abra?
September 7, 2017, the same day that my certificate was issued, I brought it to Abra.
And
my approval letter was March 2017. I'm sorry, March 28, 2017, from Mr. Michael Stewart.
And that license says how many? You're breaking it, ma'am. And that license says how many?
It didn't say how many. It was an approval letter that I asked him that I wanted a letter to make sure that I have something to show for. And he presented me an approval letter. And it is and that was dated March 28, 2017.
All right. I don't know. Their numbers. I don't. And unfortunately, because we're doing this here in virtual, I see that you show a license that you have in your hand that was issued on the, I think in February of 2020. On the board's document today, exhibit 28, and the only document that, let me ask Mr. Thomas, did you disclose any of these documents for today? A copy of our current license?
It was actually it is in the exhibits, the one that was referenced by Ms. Trung in the September 7, 2017 license showing the occupancy of 200. That is in the exhibits.
But I guess, and I'm sorry, I'm frustrated, okay? I'm frustrated in the sense that I'm doing a hearing, I'm doing it virtual, and I have in front of me the disclosed document, which is an Abra license. It states that it was issued March 12, 2020. It expires September 30th, 2022. And it clearly says that the total occupancy for the summer garden is 92. That's the only document that I have in it. That's the only document, 99. That's the only document that's in the record. And I don't know where the discrepancy is. And that's the frustration I'm having, because the only Abra document that I have that disclosed in the record, it's not consistent with the documents that you have there.
Very well. What we'd ask for is leave to file a supplemental production to make sure that these documents you're concerned about that we've been discussing are in the record.
Well, I mean, I guess you don't have to do a supplemental because they're Abra's record. So we have them. If we were not doing this here in virtually today, I would take a break and have Abra produce its records. So therefore, I could look at our records to see what our records state. Because as I said before, the only document that's in the record, that's the latest license. And the latest license was issued March 2020. All the other licenses that are being discussed today were issued before March 2020. And the last license that I have that was issued March 2020, which you're paying based on the numbers. The money that you pay for your license is based, I'm sorry, the numbers. What you pay your renewal fees based on the numbers. And so what you're paying based on what I have here is that you're paying for a total occupancy of 99. And I'm aware that a certificate of occupancy, the certificate of occupancy and the license doesn't necessarily, it doesn't necessarily match up. You cannot.
Sure. We'd like to, after the testimony, after Ms. Trung's finished with her testimony, we'd like to put on Mr. Thornton because we believe he'll be able to explain some of the confusion.
Sure, that's fine. All right. Any other questions by any of the board members? I'm sorry, but the information that I have in front of me is not. It's not consistent, and I'm frustrated because I'm doing this here in virtually, and I cannot get into ABRA's records to see. I'm just, and maybe I need to see if there's a rebuttal witness I can call from ABRA who can testify about what's going on, and maybe I need to have ABRA, maybe I'm going to call a rebuttal witness so I can get some clarification from the agency to bring some clarification on this issue. All right, so I don't have any other questions. Does any of the board members have any other questions for the witness?
Could I make a comment?
I'm sorry, who's no, ma'am, you can't, not at this juncture. And because you have an attorney, I can't afford for you to make a comment because you might say something you're not supposed to say. So, any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Hanrahan, do you have any questions? Hanlon, I'm sorry, do you have any questions to ask her based on the questions that I just asked?
No, thank you.
Mr. Martin, it's your witness. You have the last bunch of questions. Are there any questions that you want to ask her?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Trung, a moment ago, was there something that you wanted to add?
Well, I just wanted to express that I feel your frustration. You could see on my part, I have 4 different licenses. I don't own the printing machine. This is issued and printed to me. I have 4 different numbers. I've been trying to, from day one, to present my certificate of occupancy with a letter of approval from Mr. Michael Stewart. And every time I bring down, I was pushed away, said, you're fine. So I've done every part to show Grace. I've done every part to get this corrected from day one. And now we've come to this far. So I appreciate your time and listening. I'm sorry for the confusion, but you can only understand from my part. To operate as a business and to be sitting on edge, not knowing which document is accurate, and you're following by procedural and by ABRA's code. So to hold me in responsibility that I'm not confident and showing all my application, I have been showing all my application. I've been showing my documents from day one. No one will pay attention and listen to it.
One final question, Ms. Trung, how much has Upwork paid for ABRA licensing?
For this recent one, was $900. This recent one, because Ms. Jackson said I had to make the extra fee.
Understood.
I haven't, and we'll return it. When I redact and I say, well, if you're going to make me go through this process instead of correcting it, I want my $900 back. I haven't received it.
Okay, I have no other questions. We call him.
Yeah, so hold on, please, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm getting some information and it's just, I don't like the information I'm getting. Okay, who's your next witness?
Mr. Thornton.
Can you raise your right hand, please, Mr. Thornton? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
So help me God, I do.
Now you can speak, sir. All right, your witness.
Very briefly, Mr. Thornton, how are you associated with Uproar?
I'm married to the owner.
And do you have any part in its operation?
I guess I would be the guy that does the maintenance, and I'm not really part of nightly, the establishment during the night. I help run the business during the day, and I do all the maintenance and oversaw all the construction issues with the business.
And have you heard the testimony regarding the licensing that's just taken place?
Yes, sir, I have. It's been very confusing from the beginning.
Are you able to shed any light on sorting out this confusion?
I hope. I believe I can, yes.
And how?
So if we start back, when we originally were issued, when we expanded, so the issue comes with DCRA, and we occupy two buildings, 639 Florida Avenue, 641 Florida Avenue. You had to apply for and have a covenant to cross party lines, an easement. So when they did that, originally DCRA could not figure out how to issue one certificate of occupancy. So what they did was, and it makes no sense, the rooftop is the only level that crosses from 639 to 641. So they gave a certificate stating the rooftop, and it had the 200 and it had X amount of seating. They gave a second certificate for 639 that had, and may I read the certificate? May I look and read it? Yes?
You're fine. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So it originally stated for 639, okay? Only 639. Full service restaurant and bar with a maximum occupancy load of 267. 21, let me back up. It didn't say 267. I'm reading from the current one. The original one had 21 seats and 29 occupants on the first floor. 29 seats and 38 occupants on the second floor. The summer rooftop garden certificate of occupancy was 74 seats with an occupant load of 200. So Ms. Trung took those CFOs to Abra. We have all these different licensing because every time she went there, there was confusion. They wrote a license for this amount. They couldn't grasp that it's one location with two certificate of occupancies. So when we were in mediation with Miss, I can't think of her name, the ANC lady.
Was it Miss Norman?
Miss Norman. When we were there in mediation and we had come to a settlement on a, we had all agreed on the what's the agreement, Mr. Martin?
Are you referring to a settlement agreement?
Right. We had agreed on a settlement agreement, and at that point, you were to draft it and send it back for her for all parties to sign. On that date, following our mediation, we met with Ms. Jackson. Ms. Jackson said this confusion of two CFOs must be rectified. She called down to DCRA, talked to somebody, and they said they would work on it. I went to DCRA that same day, and I spoke. I'm going to switch computers because this computer's dying. That's why you hear the echo, okay? So I went to DCRA. I believe his name, if you give me 1 second, I'll tell you.
There? Are you there, Mr. Thornton?
I think he said that the computer is down, he's going to a new computer.
Could we be, if he doesn't come on in the next several seconds, could we be allowed a very brief recess so that I can try to get him back on? Or,
Yeah, we'll go off the record for, it's 6:30, it's 6:26, and we'll go off the record for 10 minutes.
thank you,
We'll go
sir.
off the record for 10 minutes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I can hear it. They got to give me access again because we switched computers. Her other computer died.
Excuse me, sir, we can hear you. I elevated your rights. We can hear you. We just need you to turn your camera on.
All right,
The device you were using, we took away your rights on the other device because it would create a feedback.
So I'm not sure how I turn my camera on this.
It may take a second, but we can definitely hear you, okay?
Okay, we'll try to figure out how we turn our camera on.
Okay, we're in recess for about 10 minutes until you get situated, all right?
So on my screen, ma'am, my sound button is highlighted, but my video button is not.
Okay, it may take a second for you to be able to enable it.
Okay, I'll wait for it, see what happens.
Okay.
Alex, what happened? I don't know, you have to. Oh.
Somebody said this would be a long day.
Oh,
Yes,
great.
sir. Hey, everybody, this is Thornton. For some reason, my video's not working. Can you all hear me?
Yes, Mr. Thornton, we can hear you. All right, so you're on the oath, so we can go back. Go ahead, Mr. Martin. You can continue asking questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Are we back? We're back on the record,
Yeah,
Mr.
we're
Chair?
back. We're back. I'm sorry. Yes, we're back in the record. Go ahead.
Very well. And just witness, just for the record, could you state your name?
Christopher J. Thornton, Thornton.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Thornton. You were testifying a moment ago, I believe.
I was. So I'm just going to go back. So we were dealing with two certificate of occupancies. One that was 639//641 Summer Garden. Then we had the second certificate of occupancy that was 639 first and second floor. We had a meeting, our arbitration down there with you guys for the settlement agreement, I believe was on February the 11th, 2020. During that meeting, like I said, we had resolved and come to an agreement on a settlement agreement with the ANC. It was to be drafted by Mr. Martin and submitted. After that hearing, Ms. Jackson asked us to stay by to work on this licensing issue. Myself and Mrs. Trung stayed and worked with her. So her remedy was I had to get one certificate of occupancy to make this go away. The confusion had gone on long enough. So I went on the 12th of February, 2020, down to DCRA, requested, took both certificates, explained what the issue was with the alcohol license, and said we had to rectify this. They went and spoke with Jeff Reese, who I believe is the number 2 man that does the over inspections in DCRA down there. He came back and told them to issue one certificate of occupancy. So that is where, and forgive me, the gentleman who's running the meeting, the confusion comes on the certificate of occupancy dates. Even though he changed it to one CFO on February the 12th, 2020, they kept the original issuing date of 9/7/2017 on the certificate of occupancy. So that is why there's that confusion between the dates on the CFO. So I have the CFO, and I'm going to read it to you again. That's issued for technical issues. The date of issue on the document is 9/7/2017. However, it was produced in reality on February the 12th, 2020. And how this reads is full service restaurant and bar with a maximum occupancy load of 267 as follows: 21 seats and 29 occupants on the first floor, 29 seats and 38 occupants on the second floor, and a rooftop bar with 74 seats and an occupant load of 200. I brought this certificate of occupancy on February 12, 2020, down to your office, and I waited in the little waiting area, and I met with Miss Jackson. I gave it to her. She produced the license that states, I don't know if I'm allowed to read, but I'm reading the license. She produced the license issued February 12th, 2020. Abra license 092012. License class Tavern C as in Charlie. Capacity 267 to match the certificate of occupancy. I have a receipt where I paid the Office of the Finance and Treasury $900 to go to the next class license. So I have my license. I think all is well and good. Somewhere during when Mr. Martin was drafting our letter of our settlement agreement, the A&C lady had an issue again and she backed out. When she backed out, and I hate to I'm going to back up. Everybody at Abra has gone out of their way to try to help us through this crazy confusion. So I do not, what I say here, I do not want to be putting someone, like I'm putting them under the bus or jeopardizing their job. I honestly believe, because I'm a government employee, I'm retired 28 and a half years from y'all, from down there, that they're doing the best they could, and it wasn't an intentional confusion, okay? So she issued me the license. When the A&C objected to Mr. Martin for whatever reason, I guess she said, oh my God, I shouldn't have issued the license because they didn't agree. They didn't come to settlement. She called Ms. Trung, and this is where you see the license that is in the record. She calls Ms. Trung and says, I shouldn't have issued you that license. Never. So Ms. Trung said, well, I want my money back. The conversation was, because I'm there, I don't need to refund you the money because this is all going to get worked out. You're going to get your license. Just hold on. We're going back to February of 2020, okay? So I know what happened. Ms. Jackson produced the license you see in the record that Mr. The investigator has, that he produced in his report, never sent us a copy of that license. We don't have it. We only have the license that was issued on February 12th of 2020. She did not send that to us. That is why you see the license that goes back to numbers that don't even match any of my certificate of occupancies. That is why the young man, the investigator, is very confused. On August 9th, 2019, investigators come out to the establishment and they looked at the alcohol license, and they went to Ms. Trung and said, what are you doing? You have too many people. You're not supposed to be here. She produced her CFO at that time, 2019. They were like, well, we're confused. We don't understand. She says, I know. She showed them the letter dated March 28, 2017 from Mr. Michael Stewart, licensing specialist, stating that our license was approved. I knew one of the investigators. They called me from my prior experience. I explained to them what was going on, and they said it was too confusing. So this has been going on for over 4 years with the licensing issue. And I know everybody's going, you said, well, you were questioning, because I'm listening, you're questioning Ms. Trung on what the certificate of occupancy says to her alcohol license, and would she operate under these hours, or would she have this amount of people? But that lady was she was following the direction she was given by people at Abra from Mr. Stewart. When the investigators would come in and they would be confused, if we were trying to get over, we would never have issued, I would never giving you $900. I would have never asked for substantial change. I would have just kept going the way I was going. But we have done everything humanly possible to correct it. And I will do so going forward with you gentlemen and ladies. Whatever it is we need to clarify this, we will do. We'll give you. I'll bring you everything I got. I got notes that Miss Jackson wrote on doing her mathematical figures on the back of a piece of paper. I got it. So that's how we get to the license issue. May I go back to the settlement agreement, or do I need to be asked a question before I testify about that?
There's no pending question. So is there another question you want to ask, Mr. Martin?
There's not, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hanlon, are there any questions you want to ask Mr. Thornton?
No questions for Mr. Thornton. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Thornton.
Yes, sir.
You stated that in February of 2020 was when DCRA issued the corrected certificate of occupancy. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct, sir.
And it is also your testimony that in February of 2020, that's when you brought the corrected certificate of occupancy to Abra. Is that correct?
That is a partial correct statement the way you're phrasing it.
Sir, you testified to say that you brought the corrected certificate. It was issued February 2020. That is when you brought it to Abra, and that's when you met with Ms. Jackson, and Ms. Jackson issued a license that now had the correct numbers. Is that correct?
So I testified that I had 2 certificate of occupancies that I brought to Ms. Jackson. I had one for 639/641 Summer Garden Rooftop. I had one for the first and second floor of 639. Ms. Jackson and Abra has had them since 2017.
That's not the question I asked you, sir.
I'm trying to get to your answer.
Listen to the question, Mr. Thornton. The question is that you stated there was an issue with the certificate of occupancy. You went back to DCRA. It was corrected in February of 2020. And when it was corrected in February of 2020, that is when you brought it to Abra. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. That is when they combined it to one document instead of 2.
Fine. So that's when you brought it to Abra. And you also stated when you brought it to Abra in February of 2020, that is when Ms. Jackson issued, that you're saying that Ms. Jackson issued a new license. Is that your testimony, sir?
It is.
So if you did not bring the document to the ABC, to Abra in February of 2020, how then was Abra responsible for a different certificate of occupancy for 200 if you never gave it to us until February of 2020?
Once again, sir, you had 2 certificate of occupancies for Ching LLC operating as Uproar, okay? Abra had both documents. Miss Jackson could not understand or how to wrap her head around 2 certificate of occupancies for one alcohol license. She said it can't be. Although I can bring you multiple licenses that she had issued. She told me, could I please work with DCRA to have one document, one certificate for both buildings, not two. So the certificate of occupancy is no different than two documents, sir. It says 639-641. So they just took and put the addresses on one piece of paper instead of having two pieces of paper. And that made the confusion go away for Ms. Jackson by having one piece of paper. Does that make any, am I explaining it?
And the one piece of paper that you had said that the capacity for the summer garden was 200, isn't that correct?
It did, and the one prior to that was 200.
Right, so the certificate of occupancy that you provided to Abra in February of 2020 said that the occupancy load for the summer garden was 200.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you're saying that Ms. Jackson issued a license in February of 2020 for what did that occupancy, what is the summer garden occupancy said on that license?
So this license, it's
the one that was issued in February of 2020.
February the 12th, 2020. Abra license 092012. Total capacity 200, summer garden.
All right. All right. Now, Exhibit 28, which was the Abra license that was issued in March of 2020, did you not see that one?
Sir, I have never seen that until today when Mr. Garcia, Investigator Garcia, produced it in his report. What I'm trying to tell you is when the negotiations broke down on the settlement agreement, Miss Jackson realized she shouldn't have issued me that license on February, and she rewrote a license with numbers that I don't even know where they come from. And she never forwarded me that license. I don't have it. It's not on my board. It's not anywhere in my building, sir. I don't have it.
All right, let me ask you another question. You said you had a license from December of, I think, 2019. I think you have a prior to the license that you have that was issued February of 2020. What license did you have? What's the date on the license that you have?
You have, if you can indulge me, I have many that are in many different piles. You got to give me a second to put them in one pile.
All right. So prior to the license that was issued in February of 2020, the license that you had prior to that, what was the date on that license?
So I have one October the 1st, 2019, capacity of 199. I have one September 7th, 2017, 101. I have one April 10th, 2018, 101. So when I'm
all right. So this is a question I'm asking you, sir. For the license that was issued October 1st, 2019, what was the occupancy for the summer garden?
Of 2019?
Yes, October 1st, 2019.
This one says 99.
For the on the license that you had that was issued July 2017, what was the occupancy of the summer garden?
So I have one October, I have September, that was 74.
And what about 2018? What was the occupancy of the Summer Garden?
74.
74. All right. So on October the 1st, 2019, the occupancy of the Summer Garden was 99. And it did not change until, isn't it correct, that the 99 did not change until you met with Ms. Jackson in February of 2020. Isn't that correct? When you brought her the new certificate of occupancy?
That is correct.
And she increased it to 200. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And isn't it also correct that she told you that she made an error and that she should not have increased it to 200? That's why she reduced it to 99 and told you that you had to file a request for substantial change to increase the numbers from 99 to 200.
That is incorrect. That is not what she told us.
Well, let me ask you a question, sir. The request that's been made today, the substantial change application, aren't you requesting that we increase your Summer Garden occupancy to 200? Isn't that what's being requested? The 200 that's on your certificate of occupancy?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it correct that prior to Ms. Jackson making the change in February of 2019, that the occupancy load for the Summer Garden was 99?
Yes, but it has an explanation.
Sir.
But you're leaving out facts. You're leaving out facts.
Mr. Thornton, you testified that the certificate of occupancy that was issued on October 1st, 2019 was 99. That's correct. That's what you testified. You also testified that in February of 2020, you brought a new certificate of occupancy from DCRA that increased the load to 200. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And Ms. Jackson issued a license in February of 2020 that increased it to 200.
That is correct.
But at some point, someone told you that you had to file a substantial change to move it from 99 to 200. And that's why we're here today. It's not correct.
Not totally true. No, sir.
So while we're here, so what is the substantial change application that you filed, sir, in your view?
Okay, so
hold on, Mr. Thornton.
Yes.
Hold on, Mr. Thornton. The purpose of this hearing is a substantial change application. Are we on board?
Yes, sir.
So what is the substantial change application that we're here today for?
We are here for the 200. My only thing, all I'm trying to say to you, sir, is yes, you have my testimony correct. But you're leaving out part of the story. You're making it sound like I have been operating illegally up until February 12th of 2020. And I can bring you letters from Mr. Stewart telling me that I'm approved and I can operate under my substantial change that I asked for back in the 2016, 2017, okay? I have a letter from him on March 28, 2017, telling me I was approved. I understand I don't have a license. I understand that, and I'm not arguing you that. But what I am trying to say to you is when you have people that are telling you to operate until it all gets figured out because they don't understand certificate of occupancies, but go ahead and conduct your business. We're telling you to work. We're telling you to operate. And I'm doing that on good faith. That is my testimony I'm putting in here, in addition to my license being issued in February of 2020. I at no time operated under what Abra's going to say was illegally having too many people. I followed the direction of those at Abra. And I can tell you, sir, if you, I don't know if this is the place to give it, but I can tell you where I worked, my integrity is that, you know, I'm not going to give up my integrity, my security clearance for a bar. I have no reason to lie to anybody, to mislead anybody about anything. And that's why I wanted to make it very clear that I was not trying to say that anybody at Abra had done something wrong or that they shouldn't. There has been a complete confusion of certificate of occupancies from day one. And that's all I'm trying to say. I don't want you to mix my words that I operated illegally. I operated without a license. I was doing things that I shouldn't have done when I was following directions of members from the alcohol board.
Let me ask you another question, Mr. Thornton.
Yes.
Why did Abra issue a license to your establishment?
Originally, I think our first license.
No, I'm saying, why did you apply to Abra for a license?
Sell alcohol, sir.
All right. And on your license, who established what time you operate? Is that Abra or some other agency?
So no, my operation hours are, I don't know if that would be through from DCRA, what time I can operate. You would tell me what time I can sell alcohol. I could technically be open, but not sell alcohol under different hours.
But doesn't your license tell you what time you can operate and what time you can sell alcohol? Isn't that correct?
It tells me what time I can sell alcohol. That is correct.
So you're saying your license doesn't also tell you what time you can operate?
I'm reading it. It does say hours of operation. It does.
So if your license tells you what your operation hours are, and also tells you what time you can sell alcohol, if someone else tells you that you can operate for hours that's not on your license, can you do that?
If it's in a letter from and signed by a member of Abra, the licensing division specialist, then I believe I could. You all have issued me special operating hours on different events. You've sent us certificates allowing us to operate.
So you're saying to me that you have your license and your license says 1 hour, one specific time, and because you might have some other letter that's not a part of your license, but it says something else, you're going to go with what's on the letter. You're not going to go with what's on your license?
What would you do, sir? No, I'm asking you, what would you do? You're me. You're trying to do everything you can under the law, and people from your agency is telling me to do A, B, C, and D. What would you do?
All I'm asking you, sir, I'm just asking you, what is it that your license says specifically? That's the only question I'm asking you. It's not so what I'm going to do. I'm asking you what it is your license states, sir.
My license states my hours of operation Sunday are from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. for sales, 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. for entertainment.
And your license also stated prior to Ms. Jackson making a change in February of 2020 that the occupancy for the Summer Garden was 99. Isn't that correct?
Depends on which license you're referring to.
All right. I don't have any other questions. Does any of the board members have any other questions? Mr. Hanron, do you have any questions you want to ask him based on the questions I asked?
No, thank you, sir.
Mr. Martin, do you have any questions you want to ask?
I do not.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Thornton. Thank you very much for your testimony. All right. Mr. Martin, do you have any other witnesses?
We do not.
Do you rest?
We do.
All right, Mr. Hanlon. Do you have any witnesses or you're the only one going to testify, sir?
Nope, I'll be the only one testifying.
Can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
So thank you so much for your time today. I know this has been long. I thought it might be helpful to just zoom out a little bit, you know, and remind folks why we're here. I want to start by saying, you know, 1B is incredibly supportive of businesses on the U Street corridor. We're really happy to have Uproar in our family. And, you know, as a gay man myself, I think it's really important to say that there are not enough LGBT or queer spaces in the city. And I am thankful to Ms. Strong and her operation for providing that. As we demonstrated, this has been a long multi-year process. I've been the ANC commissioner for 5 weeks. And I was really hoping to kind of reset some of the dynamics here. I think at the end of the day, we want this establishment to operate. We want to be able to agree to a roof expansion. And we really got hung up on exactly what the conversation was today, which is it's been incredibly difficult to get a consistent answer on what I think is what feels to me as someone totally new to this, pretty basic information with which to build trust and operate in the way that a lot of businesses on the U Street corridor with roof decks operate. What I mean by that is a agreement around noise. 200 people is pretty large. I live pretty close to the establishment myself, and I know that that's what makes my neighborhood so great. And I think we have a ton of examples from the businesses on the U Street corridor for what it means to come together in partnership and say, look, we want you to do you. We want you to be able to make money, especially in the pandemic. We also want to do it in a way that neighbors aren't disturbed. So that's really why the ANC is here. Going back to 2017, which I don't want to relitigate too much, but there was a summary order asking Uproar to enter into a settlement agreement. That is our community agreement, settlement agreement. That's our goal, to come out to just have some expectations around noise. I really think in the short time that I've been talking to Uproar's representatives, the inability to get agreement on pretty basic facts is really, I think, has been a challenge. I don't think it is going to be a challenge, in perpetuity. And I think that and hope that we can get to agreement so ABRA can not just stay open, but expand and do it in a way that will not impact the neighbors. My understanding was that the establishment was operating at 94, 99 people on the roof deck, and just want to make sure that if that doubles in size, we have some protections for the neighbors. So like I said, kind of in closing, I really,
it's not closing yet. I mean, you're going to have an opportunity to close. This is you testifying, and then Mr. Martin is going to have an opportunity to ask you questions. So.
Yep. So, I wanted to cite that there have been a number of issues that were flagged in the report about Investigator Garcia's report about the different C of Os and the zoning inspection, which asked for different things. I think we can all agree that I feel a little caught in the middle between some of the factors here, and I'm looking forward to being a good neighbor with Uproar and make it really, keeping the safety of our residents front and center. I know that the protest is around the noise issues and the impact in the immediate environment, and that's why we're here. So I am happy to give back some time, recognizing how late it has gotten, and answer any questions Mr. Martin might have.
Your witness, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Hanrahan. Is it your testimony that noise is the ANC's main concern?
So there have been many things flagged over the 3 years that this case is going on, or has been going on. When I think about why we're here and what we're kind of authorized to talk about. It's the establishment of peace, order, and quiet.
Okay. Do you have you read Mr. Garcia's report, correct?
I did.
Okay, and you agree that there wasn't a finding of any noise concerns with respect to residential areas?
Yeah, there was ambient. My understanding is that there were ambient noise in the neighborhood, but no violations.
Okay.
Oh, you're asking about a specific capacity level that the bar was operating at, or?
Nope, I was asking about noise levels.
Okay.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hanlon, this is the issue that the board is supposed to determine today. The certificate of occupancy says 99. The substantial change is 200. Is there a number that you can live with? What is it you want the board to do? 99, 200, 50? What is it that the board, what is it that the board should, well, we're asking, you're the ANC, so I'm asking you.
Yeah.
We can't hear you, sir.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I think that the expansion of the roof deck to 200 with a settlement agreement would be just fine.
There's no settlement agreement here, sir. This is, the parties couldn't settle it. You're now asking the board to make a decision. And the board is going to make a decision today. I'm sorry, the board will issue a decision after this hearing based on the testimony that was gathered today. There's a substantial change application. Their CFO says their license says 99. And we're here today because they're asking to increase that to 200.
Right. I thought I could ask for or agree to 200 and request a community agreement or settlement agreement. You're telling me that that may be inappropriate. So sorry about that. We had proposed split the difference at 150, but that's an option that we've proposed in the past. With noise controls, we'd be fine with 200.
Thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Martin, any questions for him based on the questions that were asked?
Did I hear you correctly that the ANC would be amenable to 200? You said with noise, correct? Did you put a qualifier on the 200?
Yes, the qualifier on the 200 is a community agreement or a settlement agreement. I want to be careful because I don't know if that's an appropriate place to say that. But that's important to the community and a large part of this kind of agreement in the past and has been asked for and we were so close.
I have no other questions.
Thank you. Ms. Hanlon, the arrest? Do you have anything else?
Yes.
You have no other witnesses to call? All right.
I arrest no other witnesses.
All right. It's time for closing. Do you guys want a 5 minute? Are you ready, Mr. Martin? Since you go first, are you ready for closing, or you need a couple of minutes?
Just one. The body's indulgence for just 1 second, please.
We'll stay. It's 7:21. We'll be off the record until 7:25.
Thank you, sir.
Where's Mr. Henderhan?
He should be back on momentarily.
I'm here.
All right, Mr. Martin, you're closing. What is it that you want the agency to, what is it that you want the agency to do, sir?
I was very encouraged by Mr. Henderhan's testimony there at the end and his signaling an openness to 200 with regulations that could be amenable to both parties. Where I thought that there might not be the opportunity for an agreement, I think that the door is open. And I would hope that there would be a similar interest from the ANC. Now, I realize we are very late. This is not a normal closing.
All right,
But you asked me what I want, and I'm
hold on 1 minute. Hold on, Mr. Martin. Although, if you two decide that you want to settle this, it's not late. You can withdraw. The ANC can withdraw the protest, and the ANC can withdraw. The ANC can withdraw the protest, and you said that you're going to settle it, and we'll issue the substantial change based on your settlement agreement.
we would be amenable to that. Thank you for giving us that opportunity.
So I guess my concern is that I requested a continuance to keep talking a week ago. We've been going through this for a long time, so I just think,
You tell me what you want. You either do it that way, he'll give closing, I'll give closing, and the board will make a decision. I'm giving you the last opportunity. So I'm giving you the last opportunity. So we've been here for, I think, a significant amount of time. The board will make a decision, but if the parties don't want the board to make a decision, and if you guys can decide, or if you can, or better yet, you can say, these are the terms. Okay, you can grant this, you can grant the substantial change, and these are the terms. We'll put in a board order, and that's it. We can do that also.
Yeah.
I can't speak from the ANC, but from our perspective, we don't have a problem with that. We just need a little bit of time to get the language exact.
How much time do you need? It's 7:32.
We've got the parties here. Is it possible to have 15 minutes?
All right. The board will, it's 7:32. We're off the record. The board will go into executive session, and we will come back we'll come back for the public hearing at 8 o'clock.
Thank you, sir.
8 o'clock. So the board will go in executive session. So we'll come back here at 8 o'clock. So we're off the record until 8 o'clock. The board will go in executive session. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, we're back on the record. We had gotten off the record to see if the parties, although we're at the end of the hearing, we're at closing, and to see if the parties want the board to come up to a consent agreement. So they will let us know what the terms are, and the ABC board would memorialize this in an order. So are the parties at that stage, or are we doing closing for the board to make a decision?
No, Mr. Chairman, the parties were able to agree, and the language can be read into the record by Mr. Handerhan.
Okay, go ahead. What is the agreement?
Would it be easier if I shared my screen, or?
If that would work.
Okay. I don't have the capabilities to do that.
Ms. Andrews, can you please give Mr. Handerhan the ability to share his screen, please?
Sure, stand by.
I'm always leery when people want to share their screen to say, I hope you know what you're sharing. So I just wanted to, that's something that right, okay.
Can you see a Word document?
Yeah, we can see a Word document.
Okay. So the ANC agrees to withdraw the protest for the substantial change if this settlement agreement is entered into the record. I think I might just flag the highlights rather than read the whole document, if that works for you, sir.
What are the highlights?
Yep. So noise, the language we just agreed to had a number of standing things around the things the bar already does, like keeping the speakers elevated and off the floor, no speakers on the sidewalk patio area, and really focusing on a situation in which they will reduce the capacity for a period of 30 days if there are 2 or more violations of noise, which is section 25.725 of the Civil Penalty Code, that are attributed to the outdoor hours and operation of the rooftop after 11 p.m. on Sunday through Thursday, or after midnight Friday through Saturday. That's really the key point. And then I'll flag the other main issue, which is agreement on capacity, which is the licensee shall at all times adhere to its occupancy limit as specified in its correct certificate of occupancy permit, which shall remain posted in public view at all times. So that will enable the establishment to, have clarity after this hearing on what the actual occupancy will be for the roof, and go up to that minus the clause up here.
And just briefly along those lines, my clients asked me to remind this body that it had paid the $900 fee and had not been refunded, and they wanted the board to know that and have that on the record.
Well, I don't know anything about, the board is not aware about this $900 fee. The board is not aware of what the fee is for, I guess, I don't know if you pay the fee by occupancy. I mean, I think the bottom line is that if you had, I don't know, if you had an occupancy of 200, and I can't address that issue, but I don't know what the fee is supposed to be, but they had a license that said that they could have 900. So if they paid, I'm sorry, that they could have 200 people. So if they paid a license fee on, or did they pay for 200 or did they pay for 99? And so I don't know. So of course, you can always put in a request to the agency for a refund in fees. I'm not sure if the agency is going to do that, but you can always put a request to the agency for a refund, and the board will make a determination whether or not, it's my understanding routinely the board doesn't refund, the agency doesn't refund fees. So I can't respond to that.
Well, that's incredible. All I can say is that's incredible.
Sir.
I'm sorry. Nah, I know, sir. That's incredible.
I'm just saying that
that is incredible that you're telling me you're going to assess me an additional $900.
Mr. Thornton, please, we're almost through.
All right. So the parties, what I'll ask you, this is a settlement agreement that's been presented. So the ANC will withdraw its protest because the parties are providing the board with a settlement agreement. So what I'll ask you to do is to email this agreement to Ms. April Randall as what's normally done. And the board will review the settlement agreement, and if there are changes that the board believes that are not, the agency believes that are not enforceable, the board will get back to the parties. But the board will vote to adopt the settlement agreement once legal has had an opportunity to review it.
Understood.
Which is a normal procedure that we do if there's a settlement agreement between the ANC and the licensee. The settlement agreement is brought to the agency for legal. The legal office will review it for legal sufficiency, and once it's legally sufficient, then it will be brought to the board for its final assent, and that's what we'll do. Although this came, you can close the screen, but please make sure that when will you email this to Ms. Randall immediately? Is it signed? Is it signed by both parties?
No, we didn't have time to sign. So what we did was on the same email chain, we consented in writing in the email chain. And once we speak with Ms. Randall, we're happy to affix signatures.
Okay, fine. So do that. Email that to Ms. Randall to say that this is the agreement that both parties that both sides have agreed to, and we will in due course we'll make a decision. Although it took us several hours to come to this end, but as I've always stated, and which is what I try to do when we have our protest hearing status, that I've always stated to the parties, I prefer if you have settlement. Because when these matters are settled, because at the end of the day, this is your community, and I want both parties to leave and they're happy. When the ABC board makes a decision, one side is going to be happy, the other side is going to be unhappy. So I'm glad that that both sides were able to come to a settlement agreement. Unfortunately, it took us an entire hearing to do this. And I prefer that doesn't happen. I prefer that the parties try to settle these matters up front. But since I've been chair, my position at any point the parties want to settle these matters, I prefer that they're settled, because at least both sides walk away from the table and they're happy with the results that were made. So again, thank you very much for your presentation today, and have a good day. Before I sign off, Mr. Handlin, and I probably butcher your name the entire hearing today. No
problem, sir.
And this is no reflection on you, but you stated that you're a new ANC commissioner. The ABC board is the agencies having training next week, the 18th. They're having 4 trainings next week.
I signed up for one on the 18th.
Well, I'm very glad that you did. And this is no reflection. This is just an FYI. This is just an FYI to say that we're having trainings for new ANC commissioners, that you will understand that you'll be able to participate and see the process. And thank you for the service that you've done to the residents of District of Columbia. Mr. Martin, if I was hard on you, I'm hard on all attorneys, because as an attorney myself and Ms. Wabzada, we're attorneys. Out of all the members who participate today, myself and Ms. Wabzada are the 2 attorneys that are on the board who participate in this hearing today. And I have higher expectations for attorneys. So I'll be nice with the non-attorneys, but so if you believe I'm not picking on you, I pick on all attorneys because I have expectations on all attorneys when they provide there. And I expect that attorneys to have expectations of me in a sense that challenge me in rulings that I make and decisions that I make. Anyway, I want to thank both parties for their participation today. And all right, so let me bring this hearing to an end. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on February 24th, 2021, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for February 24th, 2021, as published in the DC Register on February 12th, 2021. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Wabzada.
Rima Wabzada, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 6-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this aforementioned closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on electronic calendar and ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We are adjourned for the day. Thank you very much. And I now direct the board to return to executive session. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye-bye.